Boom, there you go. So if I parent constrain this, boom. Now that box follows that IK control. You notice that wherever that goes. So that's a way that you can get it to work. The problem with that is that while it moves that object, you'll notice that these channels are highlighted blue, which means they're constrained. So that means that they're not driven by the object itself anymore. They're driven by another object. So that means that we can't really animate this on itself. So the way we get around that is by doing a little bit of trickiness. Let's do Control G on this. Boom, it's going to group it. Unfortunately, it groups it like super at the origin, unless I go into the options for that. But let's go. Sorry, I actually have some children in the apartment complex going wild outside. So, so if you hear any weird noises, that's what that is. And so we have this group, and then we have this cube, right? So what I want to do is move this group. And if this were like a briefcase or something, I would just do essentially the same thing. I would click that IK control, and then I would control click that group, not the actual object, and I would constrain that group, right? So now I have the box moving 1 to 1, but then also you notice that these are no longer constrained channels. The group is the one that has the constrained channels, and this is just a child object, meaning that we can animate it however we want. So that's usually how we work with props. That's kind of our prop setup. Cool. And that's going to be pretty cool in the future when we're doing some more animation. And so then, if you wanted to animate like a little bit of a swinging. There's also ways to set collision properties on objects, right? Yeah, but usually as animators, we want full control over everything. Because like, yeah, there's gonna be times when you might have to like cheat something through another object when it's off camera. Like that happens constantly in film and games, you know. We're clipping stuff through stuff purposefully. Like there might be a scene where the camera's at a really weird angle in order to get a character to read. We kind of like push them off the ground. We might push them deeper into the ground, you know. So like there's lots of times in which that's going on. But yeah, there are ways to set collisions and stuff. It's actually one of my like weakest areas in 3D because it's you're basically kind of breaching into the zone of simulation. But yeah, you at that point you're kind of messing around with where is it? You're basically looking for rigid bodies and yeah, static objects and stuff. So yeah, you can set that sort of stuff, but usually we don't animate with that really. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions about the homework or any of these concepts that we've gone over so far?
I have a quick question.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, just out of curiosity, will we be going over like the layer stack in terms of animations?
Like, are you talking about anim layers over here?
Yeah.
Not so much because anim layers they're a fantastic tool, but I find that when we're learning, it's better to just figure out how this stuff works like without the anim layers. Now,
okay,
don't get me wrong, anim layers are great, and they're like mandatory for when you're in the industry, but they're pretty simple to learn once you've mastered like the regular stuff, you know.
Okay, no worries, just wondering. Thank you.
No problem. Also, like if you're going and making an edit on like an existing animation, I kind of want you guys to also be aware that you can alter stuff in the graph editor at a bigger scale, you know, too, if you're doing like a bigger change. So I just like it is an important concept, but I feel like I want you guys to get like the fundamentals down a little bit more. But yeah, good question. I like where your mind is. But yeah. All right. Any other questions before moving on? Okay. All right, y'all. So make sure you submit that to the to Beachboard, and we're gonna be hopping into our next assignment. The next assignment is a walk cycle. It is just a walk cycle. It's gonna be a lot of fun because I want you guys to keep it spicy. I want you guys to keep it kind of interesting, right? Because at this point, you've at least taken animation 2, computer animation 1, maybe even experimental animation. You've probably done your fair share of walk cycles. So let's keep it exciting, right? The key to keeping it exciting is character, essentially. Now, this is just some basic stuff. We'll go back into that, but I want you guys to take inspiration from real life, right? And I linked to this video. I'll link to it again, just for y'all. And it's this animator guy. Actually, I don't even know if this guy is an animator. He might not be. I think he is, though. I think I heard that. Who knows? But in this video, he does like so many different walk cycles, confident, mummy, he just gets fun with it, right? Just experimental. And it's so much fun. This like popped off in like the animation world for sure. And popped off a little bit bigger than that, 7 million views. Dang. So yeah, so this guy, it's a great video. I really want you guys to take inspiration from it, if not for just direct reference, but for like a jumping off point. Like if you want to take one of these walk cycles and push it further, then by all means go for it. I would say not all of them are like great, right? Like this isn't like the golden standard of walks, like it's great. A lot of them are hilarious, but like I think you guys can do better, like and that's not to say that this is bad or anything. Like I love this video. It's a fantastic one. But yeah, it just goes to show like how much like variety you can get in such a simple action, right? Like the way someone walks is like very unique. Like when you see someone like across campus and you don't even like actually see their features, but like that it's them just based on their walk cycle, like it's just, you get that feeling like, yeah, that's my friend, so like that it just goes to show that like walks are very personal. Animation is very personal, like to each and every character. So yeah, we'll be feel free to use any of these walks, or I also highly recommend shooting your own. I recommend shooting your own regardless, like because this is just one person's interpretation of a walk cycle. You guys can add your own sort of feeling into it. So yeah, basically the moral of the story is that I want you guys to use reference when you're working on this, right? And that's going to be, I want that to be true for any art practice that you're doing. Any practice, like you should always use reference. Please, reference. Like if you're going for anything quality, like you need to observe real life. You need to observe this sort of stuff. You need because there's, at least from like an animation perspective, there's just a lot of physics going on in here. There's just a lot of physics. Like if we're just looking at this toddler, like watch, boom, as that foot steps down, boom, you can see that overshoot, right? So like what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like analyzing a piece like this, you have this line of action, it's kind of curving that way. Boom, waist comes down. That line of action is a little bit straighter, and then it kind of does that overshoot into that pose. It's showing the momentum going on there. Boom. There's a slight bounce up and down right here. Just very small in that waist. Very small, but it's there. It's there. It's stuff that you wouldn't see otherwise, right? And so I please do reference. Do reference. If your animation's looking whack, I'm gonna require you to show me your reference, because I need to know what you're looking at. That's telling you something's animated a certain way. But yeah. So yeah, a reference is king. Like that's why I say that, like, above that animator's survival kit book, like I would say real life is the best resource, right, for learning. Like you think that they had anything like that, like a book of that, like back in the day when the old masters were kind of learning the stuff? No, like they were just observing life. They were observing physics. They were observing it all, you know. But yeah, so that just please find some good reference. Feel free to comb through this video. Feel free to so I don't know, let your mind explore a little, you know. And also, I'd like you guys to just be thinking of your character during this, right? Because this is like one type of detective. You can have so many different types of detectives, right? And also, if you want to look at the rigs that you can use, go to this website. Let me link it in chat as well. Go to this website and download that, right? So you can find any rig that you want on here. I've used a few of these. I have not used them all. Like there's just so many, you know. But I've seen other students use them before. There's some that I would definitely avoid. I think Mary was causing problems for some people, if I recall correctly. So I wouldn't use that one if you're kind of dipping into a new space, using some rigs here. I know the Spider Gwen's pretty good. Osri's pretty good. The Link is pretty good. I've seen people use Liger before. Samus rig requires some sort of special script to run it, so I wouldn't quite recommend doing that. But if you're down to try to get through the task of you know, troubleshooting why it's not working, then that's fine. But keep in mind that you wouldn't be able to send that file to me. You'd have to like keep it all on your side. Also, you might not be able to send it to the school computers, so keep that in mind. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, don't use Samus rig because we're going to be going back into person. Big Boy was simple, and that was this red one down here, right? Let's see. Where is it? Did I scroll past? Oh, B-Boy. Big Boy. It was yeah, so this one's pretty simple, but apparently it was doing decently. Use something that's bipedal. Don't do this creepy Nemo, please. And do something with arms. Don't do this simple bot. I want you guys to be using arms. Arms are very important. But yeah. Where is it? Malcolm? Is that the rig? There's one rig that I want you guys to not use, because every time someone uses it, they get really confused. I'm trying to find it in this list. This is all solid. Where is it? Where is it? Malcolm rig. Maya. I think it's Malcolm. Yeah, don't use this rig. Every time someone uses this rig, like if you see this, like this rig somewhere, don't use it. Like he comes with like 8 billion costumes, and it's like so huge that it just gets really annoying. And the controls get really confusing. Like it starts with like these basic controls, and you're like, okay, but then it has like sub controls in there. Every time that someone uses it, it just gets to be a headache to try to figure out. No animals. You can use animals. I would say don't do a quadruped, but like if you want to use this tiger, this bipedal tiger, go for it. If you want to use, I'm down for this raptor. It looks interesting. Be careful though, you might have a bunch of bonus controls by doing that. Like this, like there's going to be a tail in here that you have to animate. Let's see. Don't do this bird because it doesn't really have arms. You know, you don't get a lot of. I want you guys to be thinking more about physics here, physics and character. So let's see, like this Kaju little cat rig. That this one's fine. But yeah, so do something bipedal. So two-legged. So like this guy's also fine, but just look at the sheer amount of oh, wait 1 second. Oh, nice. He has other rigs here. A little more. Excuse me. There you go. Like this guy's cool, but I would say be careful, right? Like look at how many NURB controls are on there, right? And keep in mind that we've only been using a maximum of 3. So like if you leap from that into this, like it's gonna get real confusing real fast. So yeah, be careful for that. Be careful. But yeah, so you can use animals. Just make sure that they're like these like bipedal ones. But yeah, just if download a rig, give it a go, start exploring it, and yeah, if it's going well, then that's cool, and you can use it. But yeah, so I'm just gonna download this link rig. Let's see. I want this. I want this. Oh, type in a dollar amount. Now, I would say please support these artists if you can afford it, because I mean, you've been through computer animation 1, you know how long it takes to create one of these rigs. Like it's a long time, right? But I also understand that you guys are students. You're not really like profiting off this. It's just for practice. So it's understandable. And then let me just get this. Boom. Nice. Okay. View content. I'm going to download this. Boom, there we go. So I'm showing that in folder. And there we go. So we just downloaded a rig, right? I don't need you guys to decide immediately, but I just want you guys to get started, right? I just want you guys to get started. So I want to show you guys like the process, right? So you're going to download a file. If you're on Mac, you might need to unzip it in a different way, but it's basically a compressed file to help with file size. What you need to do is extract it or open it somewhere else. I'm just going to extract to link project. Boom. There we go. So now this folder is something that we can use for the whole character, you know. And I believe it's one of these Maya files, probably the bigger file size one. That's going to be the actual rig. So now let's talk about just big, like our overarching workflow for the class, right? So we're going to be, I'm going to do file, new scene. Now everybody should just do this along with me. Everyone should follow along. Pop open Maya if you have not yet. Open up Maya. I'm just going to say don't save on this because, you know, I was doing some weird stuff in there, showing you guys some examples. So everyone open up Maya. open up some Maya. All right. And essentially what we're going to be doing is kind of creating a folder hierarchy. It's called a project folder. And what it does is it's going to allow us to go to and from campus, right? Because we're going to be going back into campus next week. Let me look at my calendar again. Yeah, next week we're going to be back on campus, and we need to be able to bring all of our local files on our computer to the computers on campus, right? In 114, in FA4 114, you know. So so we need to make that project folder, and I'm sure you guys did this for computer animation 1. But if you didn't, this is the time to do it, because this is when you will 100% need it. So everyone go to File and go to Project Window. So File, Project Window. Boom. And then you can see that I'm already, like, my current project that I have selected is my one for computer animation 1, art 426. What we're going to do is click New. So click New, boom. I'm just going to say, let's do Mike Henriette, art 427, spring 2022. And then you can go to location. I'm going to open up, I'm going to click this little folder so I can reroute it, put it somewhere that's nice and easy to find on your computer. And let's go in here. I'm going to make a new folder. Let's do, yeah, so it's in here, new folder. I'm going to do art 426 underscore, let's do spring. Wait, no, sorry, not 426, my bad. Art 427, spring 2022. There we go. Then I'm going to double click that, and this is going to be my new location where it's going to create all of these project folders in there, right? So all of these are going to contain assets or something for our Maya projects. So for instance, any of our textures that we create, we're going to be putting in source images. We could also put reference files in there. Any 3D scene is going to go into our scenes folder. Any renders that we create from Arnold renderer up here are going to appear in the images folder. So yeah, lots of options in there. Lots of options. And so let's do accept. Boom. There we go. So now you'll notice that if I do file, save, scene as, boom, it takes me immediately into that 427 folder. And you can see the hierarchy of folders in there. Remember, if you're making a .mb, you should save in the scenes folder just to keep it organized. And you could, of course, do new folders in here and keep it more and more organized for yourself, right? So that's cool. I love that. And then once we're working on campus, what we're going to do is go find that folder, right? So 427 spring 2022. And yeah, so this is like all of those folders, right? I'm just going to go one layer up. I'm just going to drag that onto my external hard drive, right? So my little, it's called my passport right here. It's my external hard drive. I would just copy that onto there. And then once we get into, once we get to campus, you'll just drag that onto the computers on campus. Boom, boom, make all of your changes, make all of your modifications, start making progress on your scenes, and then copy that back to the passport, and there you go. You know, so that'll be our workflow. That'll be our workflow, and then every time you'll just overwrite the file. Usually when you try to copy it into the same location, it's going to be like, oh, would you like to replace these files here? And you'll just do, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so perfect. That's what we're going to do. We need that. So we need an external hard drive or USB stick of some kind. Yep, absolutely. Yeah. You need a way to bring those files to campus, right? So yeah, if you have a big enough USB, little USB thumb drive, then that'll be fine. Usually the class doesn't get too big on space. And I have an excuse to make a lanyard specifically for my USB. Heck yeah, you lanyard gang. Actually, I won't be part of the lanyard gang. I just will have a bag that I bring to campus. But yeah, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. So we need to get that prepped for our return to campus next week. I'm super excited, honestly, because it's gonna be sick being able to, I don't know, just animate in front of you guys, just, you know, be in front of you guys. It's like that is it's been a long time. It's been a long time. All right, so let's talk about animating then, right? I have a little like guide of like how to pose different things on Beach Board uploaded. Let's see. Body guidelines, and it's just talking about like posing and stuff, and that I basically want you guys activating all parts of a character, and we're going to be talking about posing and stuff today. And I'm going to show you guys how to hit poses on characters and how to use these rigs, right? So I'm going to take that link rig that I made. I'm just going to drop it in my scenes folder, or not that I made, that I downloaded. I take no credit for that other person's work. So downloads, boom. So that link project folder, the one that I unzipped from that other file, right? Because you can't like work from a compressed file in Maya. You need to get that unzipped, uncompressed somewhere, and then you can start using the files. So I'm just going to left click, drag that folder, boom, into here. So that's just in my scenes, and there's probably going to be some textures in that folder, and that's fine. That it's not in my source images folder, usually because when you load it up, sometimes it can link up to those let's see, let's try this one. It can link up to those texture files sometimes, just by virtue of keeping that connection. Looks like we did not get it, unfortunately. Well, that's fine. You can always fix those materials. And let's see. Push you guys over here. Also, I don't need this right here. The whole file goes in scenes. I normally put them in there, yeah, because usually like sometimes rigs have like they have their own folder hierarchy in there, and sometimes the rigs go through and look for that for like materials and stuff in that folder hierarchy. So I usually keep it as one block for any sort of rig that I'm downloading. But just know that if you're working in a studio environment, they'll have their own hierarchy. You know, it's gonna be different for each studio. It's just gonna be, that's just comes down to workflow. So this is a rig, right? This is a rig, guys. This is what we got. So essentially, every rig is different, so it's going to take some time to kind of figure out exactly how a rig works. For instance, this is we have like a pelvis control right here, right on the waist, but then you also have this core control. But notice that the feet go down with that. We don't want that exactly, right? We don't want that. It's a bit weird, but I believe the center of gravity on this one is the one that you're supposed to animate if you're animating the hips. It's a little bit strange. I've never quite understood it because it's like it's on the back of the character, you know. It's a little bit strange. I'm not the biggest fan. So be careful. Like it would make a lot of sense to be animating this one, but then notice that like if I push it over here, then the center of gravity is like, you see how it says COG over here? That center of gravity is gonna be offset. So it's like, it's a little bit strange. It'll take some getting used to. You'll probably mess some stuff up at some point, but that's fine, you know, that's fine. So just some things to note that I want you guys to observe, you know. Actually, this is gonna be a little quiz for y'all. get ready to type into chat. So I'm moving this waist around, right? Moving it up and down. Everyone type out your answer, but don't press enter until we're going to do a simultaneous boom, 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 boom. Everyone's going to respond at once, you know? So are the feet in IK or FK? Are they in IK or FK? Look at the feet. Look what they're doing. I'm moving the waist around, but they're staying still. Are those feet in IK or FK? So everyone type out your answer. And then when I say go, everyone press enter in chat and respond. So are they in IK? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Respond. Ho, 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 ho. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, we got some stragglers. They're looking at other people's answers. Oh, Sydney wasn't sure. Sydney got in line. No, I'm kidding. I'm just messing around. But that was cool. I like that. That was a cool method. Okay. All right. That's very good. They were in IK. They were in IK. See, we were moving the character around, but those feet were planted solid, right? My chat lagging. Excuses, Sydney. We all know the truth. Not kidding. I'm sure it was lagging. Another question, y'all. These arms, are they in IK or FK? I'm gonna do the same countdown. Don't respond yet. Get it ready. Get the answer ready. Are those arms in IK or FK? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, Diego doing a little bit of a flop. Ooh, okay. So you guys are getting a little bit tricked up here. You guys are getting a little bit tricked up. The arms are in IK as well. The arms are in IK as well. What's telling me that is because I'm moving the waist, right? But the arms, the wrists are staying planted, right? The wrists are staying planted, you know. So that Diego's saying the hands are in IK, which is true, right? The arms are in FK. That is false. So basically the arm and down to the wrist, that's like your entire chain that's in either IK or FK. So you can't have like a shoulder that's in FK and a hand that's in IK. Now, that's a little bit of a lie because there's sometimes some situations where you can, but you know, for this example and for most examples, the entire chain right there is IK. IK means they're stuck like a chicken gyroscope. like the yeah, moving the chicken around. Oh man, wait, yeah, can I just Google that chicken gyroscope? Oh no, it's a chicken gyro recipe. No, this is not the way that I want to go. Let's see, chicken head tracking. Oh yeah. Oh, chicken head. Yeah, look at that. Boom. That's an IK head right there. That is such an IK head. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, that it's so stable. That's so funny to look at, dude. I love it. But yeah, that's also important if you're ever animating like a chicken like this, is that they and it's a concept that's going to come into play later. Moving your head and like keeping track of the world is really hard, you know. You'll notice that even when you're moving your head, your eyes are kind of, they're not making a smooth movement throughout the entire like environment, right? Instead, you'll see, if you like really analyze them closely, you'll see that they fidget to certain points as they're moving, right? It's not going to be a smooth movement. We can only do smooth movements when we're tracking something, right? Because we're predators. We it's like ingrained in us, you know. So that's the only time that you get smooth movement. Chickens are on a whole nother level of that, right? They just they just stabilize their head because like trying to move, like have a moving head at all times is it's too much information for their little chicken brains. So they keep steady with each movement to reduce that amount of information. We do the same thing. Like if we're like looking from one way to the other, we'll commonly blink during that process, right? We're just kind of like censoring out that information. We're getting those eyes ready to look at wherever we're going to look, so it's just, we're basically, moral of the story, we're not so different from chickens. We're a little bit more advanced, but we still have those same sort of optimizations that they have. But yeah, so this is a rig, right? Everyone has probably worked with a rig. I think you do in the other section of computer animation 1, but everyone will have used some sort of rig at some point, and these rigs are a bunch of skeletal structures being driven by NURBS controls. It's not always NURBS controls, like sometimes there's variants of it, but yeah, most of the time it's NURBS controls like this that are driving a skeletal structure that's driving the mesh underneath. So it's like a kind of like a three-part harmony going on here. You have your NURBS controls, you have joints, and then you have your mesh. So that's like that's a oversimplification of it, but that's all we need to worry about for animating. And as animators, let's get this scene ready, right? Let's get this scene so ready. I want everyone to understand these buttons up here, right? So if you look up at the top of your screen, pop back into mine, and you'll see a tiny little fold out button right here. It's kind of awful in terms of UI because it's like you'd never expect that this is a button that you open up to other buttons. But once you understand that, like iconography, it'll be easy. But open that up and then kind of just take a look at these highlighted blue buttons. What these are kind of your selection sets, or it's like your selection layer, right? So these are all highlighted blue, meaning that we can select everything in Maya. I don't want you to select everything in Maya because you will break things if you select the wrong things, right? So what I want to turn off some things right here. Immediately, I want to do select joints. Boom, make sure that's off. We don't want to ever select joints. If you select joints in a studio setting, your tech artist might have messed up because those should just be hidden by default. You shouldn't be able to easily select those. And then 2, the tech artist will get angry if you enable them and start moving them around, unless told otherwise, So make sure that those joints are off, boom. And then we do need curve objects, right? So if I see how I'm able to select all these NURBS curves right now, if I make that not like that, I can no longer select those, meaning I can no longer animate. So make sure those are on. We also don't want to be selecting our mesh, right? So make sure and now this one, I can't select that mesh. So that's fine, but not every rig is the same, right? So just click that off. Now, keep in mind, if you're bringing in an environment, which I really recommend you do, you would not be able to, like, I'm just gonna scale this up real quick. Boom. If you have your environment in your scene and then you click that off, notice that you can no longer click on that environment. So that might not be the best solution for you. Usually I like to add the environment and whatever onto display layers down here in my display layers tab. But yeah, like you can see that they already added the mesh as a display layer. So if I turn that off, boom, I can now click that mesh. I'm saying that I don't want it to be clickable, so let's keep that on reference for now. And then if you want your environment on another layer in there, but if you want to just avoid that whole problem, then you can just click this off. So I usually recommend that once we get our environment into the proper space. Handle objects, we don't want those. We don't want those. We don't want deformation objects either. We also don't want dynamic objects. So all that stuff, we don't want to mess around with that. It's like rendering objects. Now this is going to be your cameras. So we're going to bring a camera in a little bit. So I would like to keep that enabled. And then this question mark, it's not for many things that we're going to use. The only thing that we might use that for is if you create a locator, which is just essentially a random point in space. You see this? It doesn't really mean anything. It's not a mesh. It's not like an object really, or I mean, it is technically an object, but it has like a node in here, you know. But like usually what we use it for is tracking like the position of an object or a prop or something, and then baking the animation onto that, and then baking that animation back onto something else, you know. So that's what we'll use a locator for in the future. But for now, boom, we don't need to worry about that. We don't need to worry about that. All right, so general working with rigs. I do like rigs that have, now you'll notice that this is an IK spine, but you can see that if we switch that to FK, I do like a good FK spine, you know? So FK, like I remember how I was saying all limbs have it, you know, some spines have it as well. Link has an IK spine. I know a lot of people do like the IK spines, but be careful if you're using it. So notice how I set that IK FK channel to be on IK mode. And the problem is that, oh, okay, so this one fixed it. All right. Sometimes you'll have an IK spine that you can stretch out. And that's great if you're doing like a really stylized animation and you're like flinging stuff all over the place, you know, and kind of leaping around, going really snappy. For something a little bit more kind of realistic, a problem that you'll encounter a lot is that if you stretch out, it's going to immediately kind of lose the realism of the scene. So just keep that in mind. It looks like Link here has a nice setup for that, though. Let's see. How do we twist the spine, though? Is it a rotate on this? No. Is it a rotate down here? Yeah. Okay. So that looks like how it's getting rotated. Let's see. Okay. So core, very cool. But yeah, every rig is going to take a little bit of acclimation time. Let's see. There we go. Cool. Okay. Alrighty. But like I said, I like to use an FK spine simply because it's kind of similar to it just makes more sense to me, you know, because you commonly don't really like stretch out the spine that much. I like using these to kind of restrict how much I can move that spine to kind of maintain the same proportions of the character throughout. So that's why I like FK. It can be a little bit more annoying though. But yeah, so since we're doing walks, be careful for what sort of mode your arms are in. Like, so notice how my arms are in IK right now. I would recommend FK most likely for your scenarios, right? If you look at a lot of these, all right, that's chicken video again, fantastic video. If you look at that swinging arm right there, right? That's going to be easier to animate in FK rather than IK. However, keep in mind like what your action is, because something like detective, that's going to be easier to animate in IK, right? Because there's a little bit of an offset there. Like you don't want to go 1-to-1 because that would be, of course, easy to animate in FK, you know. But in IK, it's going to like on each of those like kind of bobbing up and downs, you can kind of give it an offset, right? So IK would be better for that sort of action. Also, it'd be better for the contact on the back as well. Like you notice how that hand is in the back and it's kind of making contact with the character. So that'd be a lot easier as well. But yeah, so for like a swinging motion like this, FK all the way. FK all the way. Hot T, that's a prop in there as well. I would say IK. These would be FK. IK, we're making contact with the booty right there. FK, that's like I said, FK is great at arcs. Big arcs right there. That'd be an FK. That's an FK for me. That one's a little bit of a blend. because he's kind of rotating all at once. I would say I would err on the side of IK there. But yeah. All right. So there we go. That'd probably be that again, that's an in-between zone. IK or FK would be good for this situation. But I want you guys to be kind of thinking of like what you're going to use IK or FK for on a limb per limb basis. So far, all of those, I would note the feet are always in IK. You know, IK is going to be so much easier to animate those. Now, when the feet lift off the ground, you might want to switch into FK for that, but I still recommend like IK is going to be pretty straightforward for that, you know. So keep that in mind. I'm going to delete this ground. And in order to do that, we're going to need to find the IK-FK switch. So like I said, it's going to be a control. It might be called like switch up here somewhere, but usually it's on around the either the wrist or the shoulder area. So let's see, shoulder pad, that's not what we're looking for. We're getting to cape controls there, gross. Biped, arm set, oh, there we go. So this is what it is. You're looking for just that FK-IK channel, right? So I'm gonna change this to 0, boom. For FK, I'm gonna change this one to 0 as well, boom. FK. So FK on both the arms. Now you can see that, yeah, my character's set up, ready to go. And yeah, lots of cool controls on these characters. Keep in mind that you don't need them all, you know. So like if you want some of these controls to be like hidden, you can always make a display layer like this, just kind of viz them off, right? Keep in mind though, a lot of these rigs already have that built into them. So if I go into this and then cloak geo viz, like if I don't want the cloak in there, I can turn this to 0. Boom, that's cool. Cloak control viz, I don't need those controls. It's going to cloud up the vision, right? I don't need that. Waste object control, 0. Ear control, get out of here. We don't need that. Face macro control, no. Yeah, so you can always simplify your view down and yeah, make it nice and simple. All right. So you know, this is going to be a bit of a weird move, but let's use all the time up until dinner, finding a walk cycle and finding a rig that we like, downloading it and bringing it into your scene. Because yeah, it's not going to make much sense otherwise, you know. So let's do that. Let's bring find a rig that you want to use, get a walk that you want to use, film yourself maybe over dinner or something too to get some more reference. But yeah, so let's get that all set up. Make sure you're working in that project hierarchy as well, you know. Also another tip, whenever you're working with these characters, now eventually we're going to use a reference workflow. So you're going to reference a rig into your scene. For now, just make sure you're not saving over this file, right? So just do file save scene as. Make sure you do that. I don't want you guys saving over the source rig file. You know, it's like kind of ridiculous. So just do like Mike walks like. And there you go. Oh, it does not like being saved as a .mb. Let me instead do a, there we go. So Mike walks like. All right. Okay, so find a rig that you want to use. And then when we get back, I'm gonna be talking about posing. I'm gonna talk, and then I'm gonna demo me animating the walk cycle. How do we bring in the texture for the model? Oh, fantastic question. Fantastic question. So essentially, if it doesn't hook up immediately, what I like to do is I like to turn off the little R that's in here, you know, if it's on a display layer. Just click that box and then you can select the mesh. Make sure that you have the mesh selectable up here as well. And I like to hit right click and then I go to material attributes. Now we could also go to our Hypershade for this as well, but and then sometimes you need to just refresh and go to material attributes again. And essentially it'll just show you all the channels in here that are hooked up. And it looks like we only have a Lambert shader and it's hooked up to color. So what we can do is click this little forwarded port right here. Boom. And then let's see, find the file. You can see like in here, it's like a little bit of a switch in here. What we're looking for is link diff PNG, right? So we're trying to find that in here. So click this little folder, boom. And it's going to take you to your source images folder. Instead, you got to go back to that scene folder that we opened up and then find the textures. I believe it was link diff right there. We're looking for link underscore diff.png. Perfect. So right there. And then open. Very nice. And if you want like the dark version, because I feel like I think there's like a switch between, you can switch between link dark mode or light mode right there. You just need to make sure that you hook up that initial connection. So for the hair, I'm going to go back to that material attributes. I'm going to material attributes again. Boom. I'm going to forward this color channel to link hair underscore diff is what we're looking for. Same as before. Does it have to be a slow / neutral walk? Or is it possible to have a haste here? Yeah. Feel free to do a run cycle too. Yeah. Don't limit yourself to walks. Yeah, feel free. Link hair diff. There we go. Looking nice. Open up. And so that's looking cool. Then the eyes as well. I'm gonna hold right click, material attributes. I'm going to go into the color and then find eyes link diff in that project folder. Eyes link diff. There we go. So now all my little textures are forwarded to the correct file. Does that make sense, Natalia? Nice. Yeah, no problem. Also, if you're looking through rigs, just make sure that you also you can check their little page that they were on. Let's see, my rigs, like how we found this guy's Gumroad, and then he has just a bunch of other rigs too, in case you wanted to use one of those. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Unrealistic body stand. Just shake my head. Yeah, it looks like you twisted everything around there. Make sure you're twisting the right controls. I got it in her eyes, but how was it that I do the body again? Most definitely, yeah. Try clicking this other node in here, the one that says M outline. I don't think it will be that one, but
okay. It says it shows out color. Is that what I?
any of those, like if you see that forwarded channel icon, then that means that that's where they were plugging in one of their texture files.
Okay.
So if it's so go to file 10 right here, click this little file 10 node. See that to the left of the tab that says place 2D texture.
Yeah, I see file 10.
And
then
send me a screenshot of what that one looks like.
Yeah, let me.
And then so yeah, there should be an it should be getting forwarded an image. You'll have to like click that folder and then find the texture that corresponds to it. It'll probably be like body or something.
Oh,
Character.
okay. Makes sense.
If it's not, then you can share your screen and we can go through and I can help you out with that a little bit more.
I'll show you the textures, and if there's more trouble, I'll open up Zoom on my laptop. I usually do it from different devices just because Maya is already a lot for my laptop to handle.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Now keep in mind that, yeah, looks like we have boom, boom. Okay. I flat tune. Okay. There might be, so I think our best bet is going to be going to Windows, rendering editor, going into the Hypershade. Let's go to Windows, rendering editors, Hypershade. And then what the Hypershade is it's just a collection of all the materials in the scene. And you can see that like on mine, it has like all of the I think this is the props here. Yeah, like this is all the props materials right there. This is all like some more props, it looks like, and then you have like the eyes and stuff. So go into some of these and then click like these little forwarded ports in there, you see. So like see how you can like click between these materials.
Okay. Yeah.
And try to find out how they linked those up.
Okay. I'll get back to you on that.
All right, sounds good.
Mike,
What's up?
do we have to make a fresh project file for everyone, or do we just use like one collective file we bring in every?
Oh, we'll only use one project folder for the whole class. Yeah, you could potentially split it up based on each different project, but I'm not going to require that, you know. Just know that it's going to get pretty fat over the semester. So if you want it to be different project folders for each one, then that's fine by me. But I only require you guys to do one. That way it's easier when you're copying it over, you know.
All right then. Is
Yeah.
it safer to just have them separate, or it doesn't really matter?
I suppose it would be safer to have them separate, in case you like lose your flash drive, you know, so you at least don't have like all of your stuff there. But it should be locally on your computer at home anyway. So yeah, I feel like it doesn't really make that much of a difference.
All right then. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Natalia, are you in? Oh, try doing it again, Natalia. Doing the material, because sometimes it doesn't work the first time. Alternatively, yeah, we could use the Hypershade as well, so you can see the materials that are in your scene.
Would you mind going over Hypershade again?
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah,
I tried opening material attributes like so many times, it just doesn't open.
yeah, absolutely. So you can go to Windows,
Okay.
Rendering Editors, Hypershade. And in here, you can see all the different materials that like your character is comprised of. So like here I have the hair. You can see that it's named matte link hair, you know, material _ link, you know. So you can just click on these, and then in the common material properties, you should see the ports that you need to forward. So if you go into this, you can see like right here, none of these channels, transparency, ambient color, like none of this has been forwarded to anything, but you can see color has been forwarded to something. So then you can click on that. And then let's see here. It might actually, you might need to actually look at the graph for this one, because this is doing a little difference operation here, or it's doing kind of like an if statement here. So if you click on this, on like the material, you can click on this little double arrow thing, input and output connections. And then here you can see the two, like you're looking for a little channel that looks like this, a little node that looks like this, and it'll have the file name there. And so you click on that, and then you'll click on the folder that says, and like you'll just forward it to the correct folder in there, right? So yeah, so that's how you do it. Keep in mind, this is a node-based way of working with the materials. And so depending on how they set it up, yours could look a little bit different. If you're able to share the screen, I can definitely help you out. But if not, then you'll just have to like click through the channels a little bit. Also, if the textures aren't showing up, make sure that you go into your, this might be like the low tier way to fix it, but make sure that you click in your viewport and press 6 first as well to view the object with textures, because they could be on, like if I press 5, boom, looks like the character doesn't have the textures linked up, but if I press 6, boom, make sure that you're looking with a shaded view on there with texture maps.
I was able to get it with the Hypershade.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Yeah, no problem. Very good stuff.
Is it okay if I share my screen?
Yeah, for sure. Let me enable that for you. So there we go.
Let's see. I was trying to click around, but to be honest, I don't really know what I'm looking at.
Oh yeah, weird. Okay, I gotcha. Ooh, okay. So this is like a toon shader. Do you mind if I request remote control?
Go ahead.
Oh, let's see. Here we go. So we're looking for this file, Michiru flat underscore diff dot tga. Michiru flat underscore diff. There we go. There we go. So that's looking good. Let's look back in the viewport.
Wow.
There we go.
Awesome. Thank
Very
you.
cool. Yeah, no problem.
Hey, Mike. So instead of the link one, I'm doing the Zelda one, which is pretty much exactly the same process, but I don't know how to proceed after like getting the zip file. Where do I unzip it again?
Oh, unzip it and put it in your scenes folder for
Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Oh, I lost it. Hold on. There. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. So that one in scenes or
yeah,
scenes assembly,
scenes. You're looking for scenes.
and then not in edits, right? As like its own thing.
Yeah, it's its own thing. Yeah, don't worry about that file or that folder.
So just pop the zipped one in and then export there.
Yeah. Like you'll notice mine just has the contents of that zipped file in there, so.
Oh, when I did it, like mesh textures, update log and workspace all poured out of it.
Yeah, that probably means that you didn't extract it into like its own folder, which is fine because as long as they're still in the scenes folder, they should be fine.
When you extracted it, because I think I'm just going to try again. When you extracted it, what option did you use?
Oh, okay, yeah, it might be different depending on like what you have, but oh wait, downloads, there we go. I right clicked and then I did extract to, because I have WinRAR, but I think if you do extract all ... you can type in your own like folder name if you're just using.
There we go. Yeah, so now I got it. I'm
Nice.
using 7-zip apparently.
Oh, okay, yeah, they're all a little bit different,
And then can I just like delete the zip file?
Sure, yeah. I mean,
So-
if you just make sure you have like a copy of it in case they really mess up the rig or something somehow.
Mhm.
But as long as you have the contents already there, you can just copy and paste that folder as well. So
Sure. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then how do I get it into my scene again? Or is that like, what do I do next?
to get it into your scene. Oh, okay. So you go to File, Open Scene, and then you'll just open up the .mb of like the rig. Yours will probably be something like I've noticed that whoever made these rigs works with .mas, and that's fine. So just find. It's weird that they also put it under mesh because it's technically not just a mesh. It's like a rig as well. So it's a little bit strange, but mine is called link V001 004. I just opened up the biggest file in there, the one that was 12.9 megabytes, because I figured that would have the rig and whatever I needed in there.
Not the skeleton one though, just the.
Not the skeleton one. Yeah, I don't know exactly what that is. I'm guessing it's like the skeleton without the rig on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this is coming in. Errors have occurred while reading the scene that may result in data loss.
It's fine. That
Okay.
I've noticed that happens with MAs. But as long as the character moves fine, you should be good.
Okay, let's see. Oh, it came in without the textures. Forgot how to go to
I'd say just pop open your Hypershade because they're probably doing that like little weird switch node as well for that. So go to your Windows,
Windows.
rendering editors, Hypershade,
There it is. Yeah, Hypershade.
and then click through these materials that they have, and you should find like if you like left click on like mat_link arm, and then you click on this little button that shows input and output connections, boom, you should see the graph of the shader that they're using. So notice that they're doing some math in there. Let's see, we're looking for a file. There we go. So link arm_diff. So you basically need to link up all these little file 9, file 15, file 13, so.
Link him up.
Yeah. So like, notice how this one's like file 9, and then it has link arm_diff. So I'd have to click this little folder, and then I'm looking in that downloaded one because you're essentially what you're seeing here is the file path that they had on their local computer. Like the person that created this has an E drive, and then they had models, Breath of the Wild, textures, So instead, I'm just going to go find that link project, textures, link arm_diff PNG. So that's the one. Boom. There you go. Then you have to go through all those file nodes in there as well and kind of link them up.
And how would you know which file node to look for?
Oh, let's see, this one says file in here.
File 9, right?
Yeah, and then this is file 15. This is file 12. So you see how they're all linking to a different image,
I think so.
So I'm essentially able to see like what images they were using in here.
Yeah, because the thing about mine is that like all of how you have like different textures in like that top row. Yeah, all of the spheres are black.
Yeah, it's because they don't have their.
Yeah. Okay,
links.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Annie says, "Oh yeah, I had a problem where the materials weren't loading, and it's because I had moved textures into source images folder." Okay, so if we also do that step, it might automatically hook up for you. So let's give that a go. So I'm going to go to, of course, materials, 27. And then I'm going to go into that link project. I'm just going to do Control X. So I'm going to cut, and then I'm going to go back to source images. I'm going to paste, boom, and then try opening the file now. It might automatically link them up for you. I have had rigs not do that before, so just keep that in mind. It's not a cure-all for every scene.
Okay, I'll try giving it a go. Don't save, and then just open it back up.
It automatically linked for me, but I also checked where the files were supposed to be beforehand, and it was originally linked in source images. Yeah, right. Like, because in this one, I noticed that this one doesn't have source images in this little hierarchy in this one, so I don't think it would work for link, but maybe Zelda might be different. But yeah, it all depends on how they set up the character to begin with.
Oh, it worked.
Nice.
Right.
Yeah. So that means that they were working with like the Maya hierarchy for when they created the Zelda rig, but not the Link rig. get to
Nice.
reverse engineer their thought process. But yeah. So yeah, keep setting up your scenes, y'all. I'm hanging out here. Dang, those kids are going wild out.
Mike,
Sorry, what was that?
how would we import the UV maps?
You have the meshes already have their UVs done.
Oh,
So like if I click on the mesh here and then I go into modeling UV editor, boom.
oh, but like, how do we actually see the colors and?
Oh yeah. So if you press 6,
6.
that should enable the texture view. So you can see what you have on there. And then it's the same process that we were doing. Ooh, 1 second. My computer's going very slow. It's the same process we were doing this. The rest of these, just go to your Windows, rendering editors, and go to your Hypershade.
Windows rendering.
It's going to pop open this. Sorry, 1 second. I messed up my hierarchy. 1 second. Need to fix it. Boom. There we go. So it's going to open up this panel, and then you can just click on each different material. And then, like, for instance, if I click on Matt_link, I can go into this view, and I'll click this little tiny button called Input and Output Connections. And you can see here that there's some PNGs that were used. Like this is link_diff.png. Just click on that node. And then on the right-hand side here where it says like the file, like file 8, just forward it to the proper file. So that is link_diff PNG. We're looking for link_diff PNG, and then you click open, and then you're good to go.
I gotta write that down. Okay, sorry. Quick run through. So Windows. Hang on, Windows rendering editor.
Hypershade. Right there. And then
Hypershade. And then the window pops up.
And the window pops up, and then you, 1 second, you click
Material link.
a material, and then you click this button right here.
Okay.
I'm going to paste this in Discord as well. Let's do this in.
Is it always going to be material link?
Yeah, it's always going to be the material. Yeah, because that's how you apply color to something. It's like through the material attributes. So, like, is it going to be named this? No, it'll be like, see how I have like one for fire? See, I have one that's like link arm, link eyes, matte melee. So these will be named completely different things in here.
Oh, okay.
So then it just click on one, and click this little button to show the whole graph of the node, and then left click the box. Like any PNGs or files that you see here, it could just be named like file something, and then forward it to that image that you see here.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Let me know if it's giving you problems. I can help out.
I might have to like click around and see which one is the actual character's body then.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Okay. I'll see what I can do.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so everything's going good. I just have a question on where to where would we save as from now on?
Yeah, you just file save scene as in your scenes folder.
Okay, but
and you could make a new folder in here and call it like walk cycle, and then work in that,
Now, yeah, there we go.
So then it's just
Alright,
divided
awesome.
up, and then yeah. Make sure you if you're working with a .ma, save it as a .ma. If you're working with a .mb, save it as a .mb.
Hmm.
You know, it depends on like whatever file that they started as. Like this link rig was originally a .ma, so I would keep it as a .ma.
Yeah, it didn't let me do anything unless it was a .ma.
Oh, nice. Okay, very cool.
What else was I gonna ask about? Oh, okay, wait, never mind. I think I got that.
This one, that's called accession.
Yeah, never mind. I think I'm good for now.
Okay, sounds good. How do we hide certain parts of the model like you did with Link's cloak? Okay, so Natalia, it's going to depend on the model itself, right? So for this particular Link one, let's see, I'm sorry. Everything was basically hidden under this control right here. And yours probably won't be called CN settings, you know, but like you'll see something like a channel that's like this, like sword geo viz. Like I can turn that on, like see how it's 0 right now. I can type 1 in there and now I have the sword. And then I can turn on the controls for it, you know. So now I have something that I can actually rotate around, you know. If your scene might not have, it might not be set up that way. So just keep that in mind. Sometimes you'll have layers in here under your display layers in your channel box. So you click on your channel box, you go down to display layers, see how it breaks it up into mesh and then controls. So you can turn on different parts of it like that as well. So yeah, a few options there. Click around on your controls if you don't see anything like there. Otherwise, you can just take it into your own hands and then like add specific controls to a display layer and then turn it off with that V button as well, you know, so you got some options there. Oh, okay, I forgot what you clicked on. I think it's because I also said, oh yeah, they should be, yeah, they're created by the same person. So yeah, just look for this little gear control.
I can't seem to get it working.
Are you able to share your screen?
I'll try. Okay.
Nice. All right. Mind if I click around?
Sure.
Requesting remote control.
Approved.
Let's see. So first I want to make this so I can click. There we go. Also want to make sure that you're on shaded display. Looks like you are, yeah. Yeah, okay. So let's go to Windows, rendering editors, Hypershade. There we go. We got a file here, so we're looking for accessories underscore text.tga. So let's go to scenes. Oh, looks like you didn't move your rig folder into this scene.
Oh,
So make sure that we have that. So it looks like, yeah.
it's right. It's outside of the actual project file.
Yeah, you gotta make sure that's in there. Is this, wait, is this the,
Here, I think I know what I gotta do.
yeah, get it into that project folder. I'm gonna give up remote control.
All right, let me see if I can get this running.
Noise.
It works.
Nice. Heck yeah.
Oh, I can't open its jaws. Oh well.
There should be, I think there's probably, because I've used that rig before. I'm pretty sure there's a way. I think there might be like a, because usually they hide the face controls because you do the face after you animate the body. So I'm thinking there might be like a layer that you can turn on. Jasmine, we've been talking about the color for a while now. What part is not working for you? Did you try opening up the Hypershade? Remember this guy right here, this Hypershade? You can go to Windows, Rendering Editors, Hypershade. Make sure that you click in your window and press 6 to make sure that you're showing with texture maps on. Oh, so you had everything was set up essentially. Just that last step. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, just download the rig, choose what type of walk you want to do, and then yeah, that's pretty much it. I just want to make sure everyone like had a good idea of what they're going into. And we're gonna go to dinner now. So everyone be back at 7. Again, film some reference of yourself if you haven't yet. Doing the walk that you want to do, especially if it's like something that's not in that video, you know. It's also useful to get like a front on view of you doing the walk, you know. So yeah. So everyone be back at 7. All right, see you guys in an hour. That'd be a very important one. So we're hopping back into this scene. And let me just delete this. I want to start getting just like a basic environment. It doesn't have to be anything advanced or wild. And remember, I'm completely okay with you guys downloading environments online. Let's see, where is that stuff? Okay, there we go. We're looking for Turbosquid. Boom. Very nice. And yeah, you guys can just search anything. Like, let's say I wanted to find a cool temple for this guy to walk through. So they have a bunch of like wild scans. Keep in mind, this one's like $500. I don't want you guys spending any sort of money like on like just the background for an animation. Like it's clearly not the choice. So just sort by free and go to formats and then make sure you click like OBJ, FBX. We're looking for .ma/MB, and there you go. So these are all the ones that are free and that Maya can actually support. So download anything from here. Like, we've got a lot of options in here. Say you wanted like a let's see, what else could we look for? Where's the search bar? There we go. Let's do a kitchen. Let's see what kind of free kitchen they have. Okay, all right. Yeah, so lots of cool free kitchens in here too. These ones are looking real nice. So yeah, download an environment or something like that. And then once you have whatever file, download like whatever environment source files downloaded. What we can do is just put that in our project folder, in the scenes folder. That would be another scenes folder. And then you can just go to file, import. And I'm just gonna import something from the game I'm working on. Let's do assets, sorcery, environment. Sure, let's do lighthouse mesh. Sure, let's do pillar.fbx. Boom, cool. Got this pillar asset in here now. And then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna select all those objects and just press Control G. That way it's under one group and I can call this like environment or something. Then I can move it around as one piece, you know. So get some sort of environment set up. And then we will kind of go into more stuff. So once you have your environment done, I think I always find it wise to select every part of that environment. The outliner can help you with that, and definitely assign that to a display layer. That way you can just toggle it on and off, but you can also make it reference. And then also make sure you have, let's see, make sure you have meshes turned off after that. Like that way there's like no chance that you're gonna select your environment and then start like keying that. Because essentially what we wanna avoid is keying like links mesh. We don't want like the skeletal structure telling it where to be and then also keys on top of the mesh telling it where to be. So like it just doesn't, it's not gonna be cool. It's not gonna work out well for us. All right, so there's that. And then let's also get a camera in the scene. Let's get a camera in this scene. Also, let me duplicate these, just rotate those and then move them over. But just get something going in there. Very nice. I'm just gonna scale this bad boy up. So, and then we can also duplicate again. J to snap rotate, just so we have like a background in here. So yeah, just get some stuff in there. And then what we're gonna do is add a camera. So that is all gonna be under our create menu. We can do create cameras. So everyone create a camera and put it in your scene. And let's go to our, oops, my multi-panel view is not working well. So I'm going to click this button and let's replace one of those panels with our camera, right? So this is the camera that we just made. Then you can see that I'm kind of pushing it around the scene. I'm going to press 6 so I have my my textures enabled. And I'm also going to, you want to not use this for working in as much, right? Because if you start working in it, then you're gonna at some point rotate your camera, and it's gonna throw off the shot, right? So essentially, we're approaching the principle of staging, right? Composition. So with this camera, we're gonna try to put it in a spot where we want to like start telling our story. Now, I'm also gonna remove my wireframe unshaded, and I might as well take off my NURBS as well. And I think it'd be a good idea to enable resolution gate. So that's all these display options right here. It'll be somewhat of a review, hopefully. But yeah, so we have all of those enabled, or all those turned off and on. You can also go to the show menu and turn off and on like NURBS curves and like polygons and stuff, if there's other things that are getting into the view. But this is going to be your final render view, right? Because by default it's set up to a 16:9 ratio right here. So 16:9, and so now we're getting like some framing in here, right? So we're not gonna talk so much about framing yet, because we're kind of more focused on body mechanics. But if you want to start telling a story through this, then by all means. And like the camera has a lot to do with the feeling of the scene. They say that it is in fact another character in the scene. It should be treated as such. Sorry, there's fireworks going on outside my apartment, so that's cool. But yeah, so it should be treated very importantly, you know, like it's an important part of the process. So yeah, try to frame your shot in a way that's going to accentuate the action of the character. Like if they're like going to kick some ass and they have like a super confident walk, you might want to do like an upshot at them like this, kind of give them like some power in the scene, you know. If you have them scared, or if it's like a more like intimate sort of moment that you want to capture, you might want to go with like a closer up framing, not as far away on the feet. But if you want to for this one, keep it just far out so you can focus on the body mechanics, that's completely fine with me, because this assignment is about acting and body mechanics essentially, and kind of getting used to manipulating a rig. But yeah, so there we go. We have a camera in our scene, and this camera, you can animate it just like the same way as anything else. So I can select that camera, and I can press S, boom, and then it gets keys in there. You can also scale it just so it's more visible in your scene, and but you'll notice that it scaled back down because I don't have I had a key on that other frame retaining that previous scale. So yeah, there you go. And then you can just move these around, boom, and just like that bouncing ball. Just this should be reviewed, because I'm guessing most of y'all had moving cameras in your finals for computer animation 1, but just in case you need to refresh. Now I will say that after you get it in the right spot, and once you have your camera movement sort of like finalized, then you're going to want to maybe go into that 4-panel view and click this little camera lock button. Boom. That means that I can't select, or I can't move or rotate that camera, right? So I can no longer move or rotate that camera. And that's key, because you're going to be in this view and you're going to be like, oh, let me see what it looks like from this side. And then it's just going to immediately mess up your any existing camera movement that you do, you know? So be sure to lock that camera whenever you're not using it, and you can always toggle that off and make it so you can rotate it again, you know. So it's a nifty little button, and so that's it, right? Now there's the extra step of rendering, right? And that'll involve dragging in or creating lights, but I don't want to jump the gun on that just yet. We can save that for another time. But I would also involve that in this step. Like I would create some lights and then open up Arnold render view and be like, what what lighting looks good for this sort of scene, this sort of walk, so yeah. So now let's get into the walk itself, right? Or is there any questions about scene setup, by the way, before I move on?
How do we lock the camera again?
Oh yeah. So it's just this little button up here, this little camera with the lock icon on it. And remember, that's going to happen with whatever view you have. So if I click into this window and then click that button, I can no longer move my like main camera that I was using. So make sure your regular perspective camera doesn't get locked. Just do that on the camera that you create. And to open up this 4-panel view, remember you just press space, or you can press this button over here. This 4 view right here. But yeah. Any other questions before we?
I have a quick question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry if we went over this, but did we go over the overall like goal of like just are we gonna have the character move from like the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen?
Oh no, so that's kind of more in terms of like scene direction. I'm gonna leave that up to you guys. Because there's a lot of things you can do. Like you can have the camera follow the character and then have like them do a breakout or something, or you can have it like orbit around the character. You can have a bunch of options there. So I want to leave that in your guys' hands.
Oh,
I want to give
okay.
you guys.
I thought it was just a straightforward walk cycle from just reading the title,
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, I'm gonna leave that up to you guys. Like if you guys want to do some extra stuff with the camera, then feel free. But as far as like minimum requirements that I have, it's just a looping walk cycle. And have it loop for about 5 to 10 seconds, and that's basically my requirements. I do want a camera in the scene somewhere. It doesn't have to be a bespoke, cool animated camera. It can be just a basic camera that like follows the character or frames the character. But yeah.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Any other questions, my dudes? All right. So let's get a move on. I'm gonna shrink this down, bring it up here. Let's move chat over here. And let's just talk about walk cycles in general, right? So it's going to be a bit of review for y'all. Boom, boom, boom. Chicken video. That video is so sick. Let's see. There we go. So walk cycle is basically comprised of 4 poses, 5 technically. One is just kind of looped. Here you see there's 2 contacts, and then you have all those poses with that other leg, right? So it's essentially 8 strung together that we need for this. And you'll find that 3D is a little bit different because after you do those 8, things aren't going to move very nicely, and you'll have to do some more polish. But it's still like that. There's going to be like other things you have to add to the animation because in 2D you get to rely on draftsmanship and the liveliness of the drawing, but in 3D we have just the model, right? And then you'll find that if you animate it just kind of like without the extra physics and detail and attention given to it, it's going to feel very flat, very even. It's going to be like those exercises before you guys kind of worked on them on that last homework, right? Like, so that's basically it's one of the biggest thresholds that we have to cross in 3D is that like we don't get to rely on just gorgeous drawings to like captivate the eye, right? And like convince us of life. We have to really get in there and animate the character. So I'm not saying that 2D people are not animating characters, by the way. I'm just saying that like 3D's it's a little bit of a different problem that we have to solve. But they are both basically the same thing. So let's just start pecking away at these poses. I'm not going to be doing anything like, I'm not going to do like a really unique walk cycle here. I just want you guys to see the basic steps, right? So I'm gonna start with a contact right? Now, your immediate instinct might be to go to this, like one of these global controls or like one of these main controls down here and key that and move it and then key it again, you know, and then be like, there you go. So that's my main movement. I'm going to say let's not do that. All right. Now it's going to sound weird because a walk cycle is definitely one of those situations where you could move that main control and be fine. And then you can then loop it throughout the scene. But I've noticed that students have a huge problem polishing feet contacts on the ground whenever that happens. Because if you have this main control moving around, boom, then that character's feet are sliding, and we can fix that, right? Like we can have these feet counter animating that perfectly. But I just noticed that students have had a lot of problems adapting to that. So I'm just going to say, don't animate the main control. Instead, what we're going to do is get our feet moving first. So let me get the contact poses. Essentially, how we're going to move this character is selecting our IK feet. And it always helps to know what channel what control we're working with up here. So like left click a control and be like, okay, that says IK foot, right? So it won't be named like IK foot offset or like IK foot something else. Because if you look at, let's see if any of these controls let me do it. Like there, you'll see that there's other controls on top of your foot that also move the foot. Please avoid doing that because you don't want to get like a double offset, right? You want to keep all of your foot animation on this IK foot. Now, specifically for this link rig, like if you need to raise the foot up on like the ball of the toe, then you can use this control. Like that's completely fine. That's fine. But just don't like move controls that aren't the foot for doing like big changes to the foot animation. Like you can use those like little pivots, but like don't offset the foot super far away from its main control main foot control. Now I'm going to say that, but like someone's going to do it because like it's hard to find what exactly the foot control is on some of those. That's why I recommend not using that Malcolm rig. I closed that tab, never mind. Because that rig has a lot of those like bonus controls that are great for like getting finite control over certain things, but it causes problems in the long run. So let's get started. I'm just going to be posing up my character. I'm just getting this first pose in, and if we look at our little guide right here, this one's ripped straight out of the Animator's Survival Kit. And I'm going in for this first pose. Let's do the contact pose. Actually, I'm kind of doing the down pose, to be fair. So let's undo this. Boop, boop. There we go. Boom. You're gonna have to lower your pelvis most likely, and it's a good idea to just do that in general. Do it to a tasteful degree, just so your character's not like looking really weird. But yeah, and then if you have like a little roll, like see how this foot pivots, this control pivots from that position. This is like when we would use one of those, right? So I'm gonna do that. There we go. And I think it's a little bit too far out compared to, like, it looks good in the drawing, but I feel like we wouldn't be going that far in real life. And let's get this a little bit centered. And let's get this back foot raised up. There we go. And there we go. And then let's get, I will dock points if I see this. Don't you guys dare follow the feet with the hands. What I mean is when your left leg is forward, keep that left arm back. We're going to be counterbalancing our walks unless you have like a good reason to do it. But like if I see this, like, dude, that just means you're not looking at your reference at all. You gotta look at the reference. So make sure you're posing your arms appropriately, right? Like whenever we're walking, whenever we take that step, you know, like essentially your feet are kind of throwing you off balance, but then your arms are swinging the opposite direction to maintain that balance, right? So like left foot forward, right arm forward, right foot forward, left arm forward, you know? So they're kind of counterbalancing. Otherwise you get like a weird situation where it just looks like this, you know, like no one walks this way. And if you're animating a character doing this, then I'm gonna require you show me reference of you doing this because it looks ridiculous and everyone's gonna want to see it. So, but yeah, so just keep that in mind, y'all. But yeah, so yeah, keep that in mind. Sorry, I don't know if you said this, but do you recommend animating a basic walk cycle first and then adding a special? No, I'm just doing this for the demo. I would really recommend that you guys start in like a cool pose, you know. So like if you're doing a cautious walk, like if you're doing like a sneak or something, then start in that sneak pose. Like that would be your sneak pose there. Sorry if that was not clear. I want to make sure. Yeah, so like if I was doing that sneak, I would bring Link down. I would rotate over, you know, then I'd rotate up as well, you know. Like I would do all of those. Does the walk have to have a certain amount of arm movement? No, just make it fit the walk and make it convincing. Because if it doesn't have much arm movement, but then you put 0 arm movement in it, it's gonna look wrong, right? Like so, if I did that, remember that detective one where he's like walking with the magnifying glass. Like if you just bring the arm there in FK like this, and then have him like walking like this up and down. It looks wrong, right? Because in reality, you'd have just a little bit of overlap on that magnifying glass, right? As you would go up, it would be delaying just a little bit on each little up and down, you know. So if you don't put the attention in it, it's going to still look wrong, despite not having much arm movement, you know. So no requirements for like arm movement. I do require that you guys use a rig with arms though, remember? So keep that in mind. Because arms are very expressive, very great for the silhouette, you know. But yeah, so let's go back to animating this bad boy. So I'm just rotating those arms into position. Remember, because I went into this knowing that I wanted to use FK arms. And remember, every rig has an FK IK switch somewhere, and make sure that yours is working appropriately, you know. So if your arms are not in the proper space, make sure you find this channel. I can help you find that channel. Yeah, I'm planning a little bouncy bounce to the post. Nice. So yeah, just make sure you have something like that. Make sure your IKFKs are working. We're gonna basically leave our feet in IK no matter what, because yeah, there's gonna be a lot of contact with the ground, right? All right. So that's posing the character. Now, there's a little bit of rigidity to this, right? There's a little bit of rigidity. And it's in a lot of spots on the rig, right? Notice that I haven't rotated any of my torso yet, right? I haven't done any of that. There's always going to be a little bit of rotation of that torso, usually following the arms, right? It's very rare that you have an arm outstretching, but then the torso standing still. You see this? See me like reaching out like this and then keeping my torso still? It feels just wrong. It just feels like very robotic. So make sure if you reach, boom, rotate that torso in that direction, right? Activate the shrugging controls. Now in 3D, they're usually called clavs. So clavicle, boom, right here. Activate those shrugging controls. Those are also accentuating that movement, right? So if you're reaching forward, boom, bring that arm, bring that clavicle forward. And that kind of brings us to our next little subject. And I'm going to get on you guys for this all semester, but let's talk about the golden principle. It's actually not even a principle. And I'm pissed that it's not, because it's like, as soon as I started focusing on this, I like started increasing in quality. Posing, boom, try to get good posing. Now, posing is kind of more looped in with the principle of appeal, you know? However, it's in every other principle. So I feel like posing should just have its own principle. I'm gonna have a beef with the originators of the 12 principles, but you know, that's fine. So let's talk about posing, right? And once we get some actual animation to look at and review in class, which is what we'll be doing next week with you guys' walk cycles, then we can start like talking more about posing, you know. And I feel like it's better because it's going to be more personal. But like Street Fighter is a game that has amazing posing, fantastic posing. Like you can see like the characters have a lot of like dynamic movement. Like look at this pose right here. Like, my gosh, dude, that's so sick. You have like this sort of line of action, like, and like this like straight, strongly planted leg right on the bottom. And you have this other like silhouette. Like, look at how that hand just kind of leaking through there, you know, like lots of great posing in this game. And then let's look at this guy. I know this is an action figure, yeah, right? But this posing is not nearly as good, right? Now it's not, I don't think it's due to the action figure's limited posing ability, right? It could be in part, but look at that, like there's no clavicle movement, right? And that's probably a limitation of the action figure, right? But like there's no clavicle movement on those going up. They're also completely twinned, right? It just kind of creates a boring silhouette where it's just like that, but it is funny, you know? And so if that's the goal, then that's great, you know. But here's like another cool dynamic pose, you know, like you're getting like a super solid line of action. It looks like he's like kind of coming into like a stomp and a slide right there. So lots of cool stuff right there. I want you guys to take like posing. Wait, where is it? Where was it? Oh wait, no, it's in the another great example of like cool posing. And you guys can look at all this stuff, you know, like it's that there's like amazing posing in this game. I love it, especially for action, right? For action posing, fantastic. Another great example is Spider-Man. Spider-Man has like awesome posing. Like it just keeps it so dynamic, you know. Lots of really cool stuff, like really cool leaps, really cool landings. But like they could all be better too, you know. Like I would say that this pose, having this elbow kind of tangent right next to that and get foreshortened, I feel like that weakens the pose, you know. I feel like this would be much stronger if that arm kind of popped out and broke that silhouette a little bit more. So instead of just being straight on with that, I feel like if you broke out the silhouette a little bit more and you had him kind of on the wall, that'd be stronger posing, you know. Stronger posing is going to come with time, and yeah, but you can make just such sick poses, and like I find that this is one of the main places that we can always push further. So exaggeration, it's another principle, you know, and I find that exaggeration can always be applied to posing. Let's find, man, I saw something in here that was like. Yeah, this right here. I would say this is an example of awful posing. Like none of these poses look good. You see this? And so let's avoid like like just look at all of these. Like right here, boom, those are tangenting straight on the camera. Like you don't get any sort of dynamicism there. He's like, yes. And this is someone's deviant art, I believe. So sorry if this is anyone. He looks like he's floating. Well, dude, yeah. There's no sort of weight. Look at how much they're not using the clavicle here. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. It's just so this is an example of like where a lot of these could be improved, right? Like look at this swing, you know, that torso is just one steady chunk right there, right? In realistically though, like that would be one big line of action. There'd be a big turn in that, you know. You'd have this hand. Let me draw over this. Can I like click on this and go? No, let me zoom in. All right, fine. New. But like, so we have this existing pose. Let's start drawing over it. Blue pen, sure. Does that show up? Nice. So like, see how rigid that torso is? Instead, have that be twisted, right? Have that be kind of bending, because this is a very limber character, right? Have a line of action that's a little bit more extreme. Have this leg breaking the silhouette over here on this left-hand side, you know, rather than just tangenting and like just going straight and foreshortened straight up to the camera. Like you can just improve it so much. And I know I'm drawing in snipping tool, so it's not going to be the best, you know, but like, see how immediately like I'm just getting like better posing here. Let's bring that out. Let's bend it a little bit, you know. Let's have him kind of have like a claw-ish sort of shape to that hand, you know. So same pose essentially. Let's have him looking up where he's swinging, you know. Same pose, right? But just way better posing on it, you know. It's communicating the same thing that he's swinging, right? But this one's communicating so much more. It's communicating like physics, it's communicating that like he's flexible, that he's you know, what is it, athletic and swift, you know. So you can always improve that stuff. Can we post like animation work in progresses on the art sharing? Yeah, that's what the art sharing is for. Yeah, you can do either. It's basically when we come to class, I require people to post to art sharing. But outside of class, like if you want some feedback, like freaking, you just submit it, you know. We'll get you some notes or anything. Your drawing really emphasizes how, look at that draw over, right? And we're also going to be submitting to Sync Sketch, which is like it's a website that's kind of for animation and feedback and stuff, where we're going to be kind of going through we're going to be playing your video of your animation, and then we're going to be drawing on top of it. But yeah, I just want you guys to like look at this. It's just so like, I saw this and I was like, this is an amazing learning opportunity. Like, don't do that. Like, he's just standing. Look, his hand is like tangenting with his dick right here, dude. Like, that looks so bad. And look at how straight that other arm is, dude. Like, it's just so bad. Mike is, send me this picture if you want to trigger me. Actually, I'm going to send this to my animator friend because I think it's hilarious. All right. But yeah, so posing, so important. I'm not going to go super far into it with this, like, because I just want to show you the mechanics of putting together a walk cycle. But posing communicates character, communicates strength, it communicates physics, it communicates so many things. So don't sleep on it. Don't sleep on it. And when you're doing an action, don't just limit it to like the shoulder, like that instead of it just being like up to reach that one, you get that clavicle, you get the torso twisting, you know, like get all of it moving for that. There's another temple door. Dude, yeah, that's my business partner. This was a pose pack. Is this free or are they? That's a good question, actually. Let's see. What is this? What is this? Actually, we're getting into DeviantArt. I don't know. People might be too big of deviants on here, if you know what I'm saying. So let's get out of here. I don't want to show you guys anything that we should get dangerous water. Yeah, as soon as I clicked on that, I was like, I feel like we could be making mistakes. But yeah, look at how much more badass this looks, dude. Like that's so sick compared to that last one. Look at this. Oh, look at that land. Yeah. So Spider-Man, amazing like reference for any like acrobatics or stuff or anything. Like he's super cool. But yeah, it's up to y'all. It's up to y'all to get kind of focus on this stuff and like sort of improve. Like it can always be better. I would say this one's actually like a little bit too far, you know. I feel like the angle at this shoulder and then at elbow goes to, it feels a little bit like unnatural. Like I would rather them just twist that torso and get like a nicer line of action across those arms rather than doing like a little jagged thing right there. So yeah, there's and like that wrist kind of looks a little bit weird, but yeah. So posing, very important. I also like graphic novels. Graphic novels are I don't read many of them, but I feel like they're a great place to communicate acting posing, right? Like you can tell in this frame, the guy is having a rough day. He's like, oh, my neck got a crick in it. I'm tired. I'm everything. This pose right here, hands on the table, face kind of forward, boom, that's confrontational, right? That's a confrontational pose. We know that this character's upset, you know, that they're kind of digging into this guy. This hands upturned, it kind of gives them like I don't know what to do. And then this is even more. He's like, oh, this stress is going to my head, you know, like, so it's cool to think about this stuff and kind of break it down, right? So I want you guys to be thinking about this when we get to like the lip sync and stuff. Yeah. So if you continue animating, if you're going on to modeling, then you'll be on a different path. But yeah, so just pay attention to this stuff. You know, it's all about posing. I always say that being an animator changes you because you'll start looking at your friends and like people on the street, and you're like, oh man, they have an interesting pose, or like this person has a crazy walk cycle, or like this person's hand posing is really interesting in this moment, you know. So once you get into it, it kind of just changes you. You definitely look at the world differently. But yeah, so that's my little posing chat. We're gonna be talking. I'm gonna give you guys notes on posing, and I'm gonna expect y'all to give notes on posing amongst each other too. So, yeah. 47 miscellaneous. Oh, yeah, I thought someone was asking a question on Discord, but instead I just got hit with this. I like it. Very good, very good. But yeah, so that's posing, right? And I would say that for our character right here, you know, like these arms are pretty relaxed, right? So I would rotate that clavicle downward a little bit, right? I'm gonna rotate this clav down too. No reason to keep it like all like 90 degrees on there, right? Nah, he's relaxed, you know. Whenever you rotate the torso, because remember I was rotating these. This is why I like to keep it in FK, because I can just select one, shift select the next one, shift select the bottom one, you know, and then I can rotate them all at the same time. So you can get a lot of posability in there that way. I really enjoy animating that way, you know. It just gives it a little bit more flourish there. And then if I want to like kind of puff out his chest a little bit, I can bring forward that can rotate that forward. And then in here, I can counter animate that and just keep him focused on his destination. You know, he's just gonna be staring straight forward. If you don't counter animate this head, then what essentially is gonna happen is as your torso's rotating, as that torso is rotating, like the head would just go along with it and just looks like a dead robot. Let me show it in view. But it would just look like, wait a minute, what am I doing? There we go. It'd be like this, right? That doesn't look right. That's just dead. So instead, you'll always have to counter animate that head, keep it focused on its destination. And sometimes on the rig, now this isn't for every single rig that we are downloading because we're downloading different rigs. Sometimes you can have it be in a world space rotation, right? So if you see this local world space right here, what that means is that no matter where I rotate my character now, they're always going to be aligning that head to where the control is aligned, right? So that's also an interesting solution, and I would recommend it, you know. But if it doesn't have it, then just counter animate it, you know. And again, similar to how whenever I'm rotating the spine, I usually select multiple of this, you know, to get that rotation kind of dispersed amongst more than one control. I'll do the same with the neck and the head. So I usually select the neck and the head at the same time, and then I pose those together, right? So I'm rotating both the neck control right here, this neck control, and the head control, right? So then you can get a more fluid turn there, you know. Right, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna animate without it being in world space, just to show you guys that process, you know. Let's go 0, boom. I'm gonna select both of these and rotate them forward, right? A little bit up as well. Now, if you needed like a more aggressive pose, I'd say you could bring this more hunched over in the torso. You can raise this head a little bit, have him kind of staring through the brow, you know, a little bit more aggressive. Bend that head a little bit more, you know. So there's, like I said, posing is so important, and you guys are gonna get a lot better at it. But for this demo, I'm just gonna keep basic posing, right? Boom. So we have our first pose on our character. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next, we need to go to, I usually like to move to like the halfway pose, right? The halfway pose. So let's go back to this walk cycle. So we essentially have right foot down and then left foot down. So I usually skip to that left foot down. And I usually do the method where I'm animating in place, and then I fix it up later. However, you guys, just to keep things simple, I'd say just move your waist forward in space. And I'll show you guys how to copy the keys later to really move that forward. So I'm going to get this rotation out of there, and then I'm going to take because remember this one's bending forward. I'm going to get that a similar rotation. Now I could just straight up copy the values of that, like just boom, just select that channel and paste it in there and press enter, and then that's like officially the same key. But I'm fine with you guys going off the rails a little bit and trying. What's this? Oh, that's the core of everything. I'm fine with you guys just eyeballing it, you know, because honestly, we don't walk perfectly symmetrical in reality, right? So why should we animate perfectly symmetrically, you know? Like, just doesn't make much sense to me. Now also keep in mind that since your legs are in IK, they're going to be shifting around both ways. So I want to also be pushing these forward as we go along. But yeah, so that's going to be our approach. But now we have this first pose, what we have to do is select all of our controls. And this is why we set up these selection sets to not include anything else. Because if joints were available and then we selected them, that would break the rig. You know, if we started keying our joints, that could definitely break the rig. So we're just going to select only our curves. Make sure you don't select your camera with this too. And then you're just gonna press S, boom. And it's gonna be, everything is gonna be keyed in this pose. Now the pose could be better, like I was saying. But I wanna go to that halfway point. So let's go to like frame 10 and let's feel that out. Now let's get this waist a little bit further ahead. Boom, very nice. And I just moved it only on the blue axis, the Z axis, right? I'm only on Z because we're walking forward on Z. Let's move these as well, right? And now let's get this rotated up a little bit. Boom, there we go. Looking very nice. All right. And remember, I use auto key, so I don't have to keep inputting these keyframes. You'll notice that every time, like, see how I have this foot selected? I'm forward on the timeline, but I haven't set a key here yet. But if I just merely move it, boom, it automatically sets the key for me. I really like that method. I recommend that you guys try it out. Because it's pretty nice and effective. Let's see, let's move this way. And I'm just getting that other contact pose in, right? Other contact, you see that? Just doing that. So there we go. And make sure you don't move that back foot, but you still want to key it, right? Boom. That way it's got that memorized in there. So that's looking pretty good. Pretty good. I'm looking at the spacing between these, and if you press comma and period, you can go back and forth between those keys, you know. And I'm just going to make sure that I'm kind of taking a similar stride with both of these. I'm going to take these and I'm going to take my center of gravity control. I'm going to move that forward as well. So I'm just like a little bit past where that knee is, right? But you see that? See how that knee is kind of bending a little bit back there? I'm going to do that same thing over here. So now I'm kind of covering the same sort of ground. Problem though, I need to get these arms swinging, right? Swing those arms, y'all. Swing those arms. Again, this isn't going to be anything super impressive. Swing those arms, counter rotate that spine right there, you know, like the, you're twisting. That spine's twisting when you're walking. Get this neck and head. Select both of those. I'm shift selecting all these controls to get them at the same time. And just kind of evening out that gait right there, you know, trying to get that look to be centered. There we go. Looking good, looking good. And there we go. Look at that. Boom. First step done. Now there's a lot of stuff that we can improve. Absolutely a lot of stuff. But I want to get the last pose in as well, right? Now there's a trick that we can do for that. So 0 to 10, that's the first step, and then 20 will be the next step. So basically we're gonna have like a 20 frame walk cycle, and we can always retime this afterwards. But essentially I can take these poses. So I can take these poses that are this first pose, essentially select everything, and then just copy that and then paste it right here. You know, now not everything's gonna be perfect, but I'm gonna take all of my IK feet and my knees and my center of gravity. I'm just going to shift it over. Then I'm going to press S, and I'm just going to press comma and period, and just get that back foot aligned with the with where it should be, right? Boom. There we go. It's gone a little bit forward. There we go. Almost. Yeah. There we go. So see how that one's not moving anymore. So that's a nice way to get that like kind of spaced out evenly. And we're also going to be having to worry about our tangents. So if we open up our animation editor, graph editor, I have to move our chat over our outliner. We can select all of our character, boom, like that. And we can also just set it all the tangents to auto. But one thing that we're going to need to worry about is that our center of gravity, see how it's slowing in and slowing out? You can tell that since that curve is going, it's a little bit, it's kind of bottoming out at both ends of that, you know, so it's like the spacing is more cramped right on this side than throughout. That's why we're getting this effect of like the feet kind of like, look at this pose, right? Look at how like far behind the feet he is. Instead, if we just go in, select these keys and do linear. Boom. Look at that. So it's a lot more open. It's a lot more what is it, balanced in terms of where that foot is. And also think about it, like if you're walking, right? If you're just walking in real life, that pelvis is going at a constant frame rate, or it's going at a constant speed, you know? Like you're progressing forward at a constant speed. Now it's not true all the time, right? Like you do stumble, you know, and like that's completely valid. So then you would have more like kind of forward and back. Like this would be a more stepped sort of curve, you know, it wouldn't be just straight. But for an animation like this, where it's just a basic walk going forward, that's the translation Z is going to be more or less just a straight curve, right? Because you have to keep a constant frame rate if you're doing like a run, especially for like a game. Like that's got to be like a constant speed, because they determine that stuff on like design side, and then you're like, how do you disable that box control again under link? The box control under link. This thing down here.
Yeah. The square.
Oh, it's not disabled or anything. Like I can still move it around, you know.
Oh, I thought we're not supposed to use that one.
Yeah, you just don't select it when you're animating.
Oh.
What if we made the walk cycle in place? It's fine. It's just that you most likely will have a harder time polishing your footsteps. If you animated the walk cycle in place, then when you're moving this control right here, right, this is going to be moving at a constant speed. So you know how my pelvis is moving at a constant speed right here, Diane? It'll instead be this control moving at a constant speed. So I have key 0, and then go to frame 20. You'd be like out here, boom, it's going to translate Z. You would take this curve, the translate Z, and then you'd make that linear. Does that make sense? So you can definitely animate it that way. That's the way I sort of animate it. I animate it a little bit different. I use animation layers. It's a little bit of a trial to do, but yeah.
Would you knock points off if we animated it that way?
No, Like, because you can make a complete, like, that's completely fine. It's just that you guys have to understand that, like, as that. All right, so let me save my scene. Also, I recommend that everyone save their scene. I'm going to simulate what happens, because it sounds like you guys are animating that control a lot. So essentially, you would be walking in place right here, right? And then let's go to this frame. Boom. Boom, right there. So now your curves aren't it's more of a run cycle. Yeah. It's more of a run cycle. That definitely happens, because we run substantially faster than we walk. But yeah, so this is how a lot of your guys' animations probably are. Let's see. Let's get this spacing. Go. And I can just right click, copy this, right click, paste, boom. Okay, so this is how a lot of you guys probably are right now. Just know that you're gonna have to move this forward at a constant rate. So, and then you have to make this tangent linear. And then look at the problem that you're gonna have when you're polishing these foot contacts. So that foot plants right there. And then it's shifting around. You see that? So basically on every back, like as soon as that plants, it's gonna have to be a linear tangent right there. So this is not going far enough back, which means I need to slow this down. So then I have to move that curve. You see that? So it's, like I said, it's gonna be harder on you guys to get it polished. But like, I'm not gonna knock off any points. I just really don't recommend you guys working this way. Like, so see now that foot contact looks better, right? So I really don't recommend that you guys work that way, but there's nothing wrong with it. Like that's pretty much how you animate a walk cycle. But I also want to get you guys used to not using this main control, because when you're doing your next scenes, it's not going to make sense for you to use the main controls, because you're going to have different movement throughout all of it, so like for a walk cycle it's fine, but for other things it's definitely strange, and so yeah, don't get used to using this main control. Right now you do get some cool opportunities. Like if you work at a studio, then they might have an animation library of like a run cycle in the style of that character. So then you can copy that onto a scene, right? You can just loop that run cycle, and then you'll just move this control throughout the scene, and then you'll have to kind of go in and break the evenness of those steps and bake that movement out of this main controller and put it onto those other controls. So like there's a process there, but yeah, I just want you guys to know that you can animate that way. I won't knock off points for animating that way, but it's gonna suck when you have to do when we get to the polish step, So let me do in place. Boom. Then I'm gonna open up that other file. So walk cycle. Boom. There we go. So yeah, so now we have this just walk cycle right here, right? And it's up to us to polish these first two steps, because once we get this step, boom, this step and that polished, we can just loop those and then we'll be fine, So so let's go in and start getting our next poses. So we have contact, contact, contact. That's the only poses we put in. We have not put down, we haven't done passing, we haven't done up either, So let's start putting those in, right? I'm going to start with kind of going at the halfway point. What's happening? art sharing. Oh. This guy do be zooming. Kind of, I don't know if you guys have, no, I won't spoil this. There's a recent fantasy series that reminds me of he do be schmoving, dude, he do be. There's a recent fantasy series that reminds me of. But no spoilers. But yeah, so let's do our passing pose. So this is the one we're looking at, this middle guy right here. So we've done contact. We need our passing, right? So let's get that in there. And passing is going to be right between the contacts. So I'm going to go to frame 5. Now it's not perfectly in the center, but that's fine. It'll work fine. Here we go. Let's zero out. So notice how this is what I was talking about using different controls to sort of control the foot angle. So notice how my foot's not on the ground where the actual foot IK control is. That's because I have this one bending up the foot right there. And this one also bending the foot. So they're kind of both working together to make that annoying. I'm just going to select both of them. So I'm clicking on that one. And I'm shift clicking on the heel control. And I'm just going to go over those channels and then type in 0 right there. Perfect. And we're going to set a key on that. Make sure all of that got saved, right? So now that foot is contacting the ground and it really looks like it's rolling there, you know? So we're getting like a roll into that. Very cool, very cool. Okay. So that's one part of that. Next, I also want to go into this one. I'm going to zero out those heels again because they're working together to mess up that animation. That's why I'm saying make sure your animation is kind of zeroed out on these other weird feet controls before you start messing with the actual pose of it. And I'm going to go in. If you look, you'll notice that foot kind of drags, like the tip of it kind of drags. So let's get that pose in there, you know. Boom. This is going to be our passing pose, right? And then, oops, looks like I accidentally lost a pose there. Let's go in. I'm going to right click this one, just copy and then paste that on. There we go. Nice. Now let's get this other passing. So this is one passing pose now. And again, I didn't spend a lot of time on it. I recommend that you guys do though, you know. And let's get this passing pose figured out. So again, it's a situation of having these controls fighting each other. You know, so I want to zero out the rotation on this guy. Boom. On this front control right here. So I just typed in 0 under the channel box. I want to zero this one's out too, you know. Boom. Sorry, but what was the key to copy the control from one side to the other? I didn't do that. There, I just right click copied keys. That doesn't work for everything though, right? Like I could copy this one because I can see that rotate X is at 29 degrees right here. And if I put 29 on this, boom, they'd be in the same pose. But like I can't really just copy all of these values from one side to the other. Now a lot of rigs do have scripts that will allow for that, but I'm trying to show you guys without using that because if your rig doesn't come with that, then I can't really help you out there, you know. There we go. But if you're talking about just copying keys, then what I did was I right clicked on the timeline, copied, then went forward or back on the timeline, right clicked and paste wherever we wanted. And remember, don't do Control C, Control V in this viewport. That will mess you up. Instead, you'll be looking to, if you want to use Control C, Control V, you'll have to be in the graph editor. So it'll have to be clicked in there in order to start copying and pasting keys like that. All right. And then let's just get this passing pose finished up. Boom. A little bit of drag on that foot. And there we go. All right. So now that's all looking good. Now, next, if we want to cycle this pose, you know, like keep this animation going, I want to make sure I'm going to select everything. Oh, I need to turn off my selection sets. Make sure I can only select the things that I want to. I'm also going to press save. I'm just going to save as. And I always recommend working iteratively. So you'd have Mike walk cycle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like you'll go up to like the 50s, you know, like you'll go insane. But what can happen in Maya is that it crashes all the time. You guys know this from Computer Animation 1. What can also happen is if you're just doing file save, then whenever Maya is saving, it could potentially crash while saving and then corrupt your file, and then you'll lose hours of work. So that's happened to me. I always tell students to save scene as, or you can just do increment and save. It does the same thing. But yeah, so make sure you're always saving iteratively. But yeah, to get these to cycle, we have a couple options. Essentially, we need these keys to keep going, right? So I'm just going to go expand my timeline a little bit. Let's do like 120. Let's do like 120 frames right there. And we can right click, copy, and then paste connect. And there you go. So that's one way of getting it to go to like looping those keys further further into the distance. I think my animation is just kind of going a little bit fast. So again, though, let me undo that. You shift left click your entire walk cycle in there, and then right click copy, and then make sure you're starting at that frame 20 or like whatever your last frame is. Right click, paste connect, and it basically pastes all those keys with the offset from before, which is really cool. But also, if we wanted it to just cycle infinitely, we could use that. We could select all of our keys in here, and in our graph editor, we can go to View. Let's do Infinity. Notice how Infinity is just clamped right here, right now. Like those curves are flattening out, meaning that they have no change in value. That's why our character is not moving at all. However, if we go to Curves and then we do Post Infinity, cycle with offset. Boom, you see that? Look at that. Oof. That, I don't know, that's just very pleasing. And then now, boom, it's doing the same thing. So I like to work like that when I'm like when I'm just trying to get this like blocked out, you know. I like working with the post infinity. Can you show the? Oh, absolutely, yeah. So open up your graph editor. If you can't find your graph editor, remember it's under Windows, Animation Editors, Graph Editor, and select all your controls. And then you're going to go into View. Make sure you have Infinity enabled, right? See how I can't see past those curves. If you turn on Infinity, it'll look like that, and then, whoops, sorry. It defaults to this, you know, linear. No, or constant. But but instead go to select all of your curves, like select all of your controls and select all of your curves in your graph editor and go to curves, post infinity, cycle with offset. Boom, there you go. There we go. So yeah. And I think that this would be a good time as well to start like getting your camera animation in there if you're going to animate your camera. And I would do that by, again, pressing space, and I'm going to go into my other view. So I'm pressing, I'm starting in this view, space, space, and then I can go to panels, perspective, and change it to camera 1. Alternatively, you can also go to your outliner. You see how I have this camera right here? If I press space, I can middle click, drag that camera onto that panel, and then it just overrides it, right? And so now if my character's moving like this, I might want to do some sort of, oh, let's unlock that camera so we can start moving around again. I might just start posing that camera up. There we go. Let's see what it looks like. So our character is moving a little bit faster than the camera at the beginning, and that's because the camera is doing that same thing that the character was doing. Look at that. Boom. That slow and slow out. It's gonna be killing you guys. It's gonna be killing you guys. Instead, just flat make it linear. Again, these are all the tangents buttons. I mostly use auto, linear, and spline. You'll see me going through those ones the most. And then now our character is moving at a more constant speed. And yes, that's our scene, you know. So let's shrink this. There we go. And again, yeah, it does not look great. Like, look, there's no up and down of the hips. There's no left and right of the hips. There's no rotation of the hips. None of that. There's like the arms don't have any sort of like overlap on them, like nothing, none of that. But that's like the start of it. Now I like working with that infinite with offset method, because then I can just only focus on those first 20 keys and I can shrink my timeline in again and be working with those. But yeah, work how you'd like, and just start to really observe your reference, start getting in more naturalistic movement, right? Like, so notice how I'm going up on that. And notice how I'm going to go up on this pose. Let's actually let's make sure. So if you're working with auto keyframe, it is a good technique to get in the, oh, G-force, nice. It is good practice to get into the shape of just selecting your keys and kind of going through so I'm just pressing period and then S, period, S, period, S, period, S, period, S, like with everything selected. That way you know that you're consolidating all of your keys on those frames. It's pretty important to get into that habit. And then I can start going in and raising up these strides, right? I can start giving Link a little bit of up and down in that pelvis. So as this foot starts, as it plants and starts to go up, like we're gonna feel that in the character. And this one, we can get it down. We can get a solid contact in here, you know. So sorry, my UI is a little bit cramped with like zoom and stuff, and my outliner and my graph editor, but you know, it's worth it. It's worth it. So let's go zero this out. Boom. Let's. No. So there you go. Basic walk done. And next week, I want to see your walk in at least this level, whatever you're choosing for it. And I'll show you guys how to make like, you guys don't have to turn it in like on Dropbox or anything, but I want to, I'll show you guys at the beginning of the class how we're going to play blast it. So it's essentially just making a video. It's pretty easy. And we're going to actually be in person. So that'll be interesting. That'll be fun. Yeah, it'll be a little bit easier then, hopefully. What's the order to parent objects again? Play blast, yar. I don't understand. Was I yelling play blast over questions?
No, I'm just excited to use play blast again. What's the order to parent objects again to parts of the rig? So like say they want to grab an object, or you want to attach part of the rig to an object.
Yeah. What you're looking for is it's both, which is a stupid answer, I understand, but I'll show you what I'm talking about. Essentially, what you're going to have is, let's imagine that this little box is a hand. Let's imagine this is a hand, and it wants to grab this sphere, right? Oh man, I cannot see this box. 1 second. I'm going to bevel this box a little bit so we can see it. Where is it? Mesh? Boom. Let's do, where is it? Where you got it? Give me some bevel. Oh my gosh. All right. Mesh, bevel, boom. And there we go. That way we can just see it. So this thing is going to grab this. Essentially, this sphere, this is going to be your prop, right? You need to have a group underneath this or on top of it. So I like to keep it at origin. I can just do Control G. So I just select the prop, Control G. So now you can call this prop constraint group. And this group is going to be constrained by this hand, right? Let's just name this hand. Just name this prop. So it makes a little bit more sense. So this hand is going to be moving this group. So select the hand and then Control select that constraint group. Then go to either rigging or animation, go to constrain, parent. So now that hand is moving that, right? Now the thing is that you're probably gonna have, you might have the character pick it up and put it down. So you need to know about this other channel. So if you click on that group that's being constrained, like not the prop itself, but the group above it, you can see that there's a hand W0. So that means like how much this parent constraint is weighted, like the weight of it, like the amount. And we want 0 if it's not moving it, right? So now at a value of 0, it's not moving that hand. Boom. But if we activate it, oh, sorry, click the wrong group. If we put it at 1, boom, see how it's snapped in position. Now it's moving around with it. So that's really important to know about. And you can right click and then key selected. It doesn't show up on your timeline for some reason. I don't know why. But it will, this like group constraint value that will show up in your graph editor. So keep that in mind.
Will it save the motion? So say it picks it up and then puts it somewhere else and we switch it off. Or we pick it up, switch it on, move it, then switch it off. Is it gonna save that movement? So
yeah. So in order to do that, let's get this hand. And this is why props is not props are not required for the first assignment. It's because you'll quickly find out that working with props can be a little bit annoying. So I'm just moving it down here. Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm not moving that. I'm moving this. I'm moving the actual prop itself, not the group. Because notice how our group is constrained. We can't key those values. We need to be keying the prop instead. So I'm going to press S on that prop. And let's see. There we go. So hand has keys on it. And let's shrink our, well, let's expand our timeline here actually. There we go. And then I'm going to move hand to object. Boom. On the frame where it's down there, I'll just keep it down there for like 3 frames. I'm going to take that prop constraint group and I'm going to key that channel. Remember, it doesn't show up on the timeline, which is annoying, but remember, you got to right click that channel in there and you can see this happening now. And then what we can do is shift over to that being moved. So let's do this over 1 frame. So see how that constraint group is happening over 1 frame, or it's happening over 3 right now. Let's make this 1. Boom. So there we go. Oh, sorry. Ball is now here. Let's put this at 0 again. So essentially, wait a minute, 1 second. I need to make sure something. Yeah, cool. All right, perfect, perfect. Nice. Okay. Here we go.
Would putting say I want to put a NURB in a group because I want to attach it to an object, like say there's like an object like a staff that my character is holding and I want one of the hands to be attached to that and like, you know, follow it. Would I have to put that NURBS in a group of its own if I parent it? If I don't know if I'm making sense.
Like you're talking about the IK of that hand.
Yeah.
Don't ever parent it like the way that I did with this prop under this group. Instead, try constraining it. Also, I would not recommend constraining. Like save your file before you do this, because it could break up. They could break the rig if you're constraining stuff that can't. But like, if I had a staff,
You know, I'll try to just stream. So if it.
but yeah. So let me just see if it even works with Link's rig. Not that you're using Link's rig, but you in order to do that, you'd have your prop right here, and you'd click that prop, then you'd shift click the hand and do parent constraint right there. So now that hand moves with that staff. You see that?
Oh.
So that's a way you can do that. However, I would also recommend, instead of just doing that, right? The problem with that is that we can no longer key that hand. We can't key that hand position at all because it's being constrained, and it has to. We can't just do a regular parenting operation. Instead, I would have this cylinder. I would create a locator. And that locator is way back here. Let's move it over more in the area of that. And what we're going to do with that locator is I'm going to scale it up first. And then I'm also going to, and this could be your NURB as well. Like you could put the NURB in here, but this is basically going to be your hand, your handle, right? Like this is the hand position, right? And that hand position is going to be the one that keys, or is that it is constraining this group. So now if I do constrain parent. Since that hand position is a child of that cylinder, I can rotate that cylinder around. And then if I get to a position like this, where it's like, or like, let's do something like back here, where it looks unnatural for the hand to be holding it like that, then I can do some corrective stuff on, oh, I needed to get my values frozen. But that would work if you freeze all of your transform values before doing that. But yeah, you can do some corrective stuff on there. I'm gonna set that up. But yeah, so again, pretty complicated stuff for like just a basic walk cycle. I don't require you guys to go above and beyond like that, but if you want to walk cycle like a wizard or something, then go for it, my dude.
All right. Can I try share screenings?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Let me stop my share because I can't watch while I'm sharing.
So since he already came with a sword, I kind of wanted to like animate him walking, but his left hand, his glowing hand, would be kind of holding onto the blade as he
Okay.
walks.
Yeah.
And I just use constraint. I wouldn't parent it then.
Since it came with the rig, there might be a control somewhere that allows for this. Do you mind if I click around in your scene?
All yours.
Let's see. Boom, sword local, very cool, very cool. Parent. Okay, and then is this a FK or an IK control? Looks like IK. Very good, very good. You would definitely need to do IK for this. Parent, can we do, is there one for, no, doesn't look like it. So yeah, so this one, yeah, you'd probably have this one being the one that's getting constrained to that object. Let's look at that. Okay. Go. So let's give it a go. Create locator. Also, yeah, just so you know, animating two handholds on something is one of my most hated things to animate. I don't recommend it if you can avoid it.
Maybe I should change it. Choose a different model then.
No, I mean, I like the I like that. It's like the problem is that most of the time you don't want to be constraining this stuff, but I think for downloaded rigs like this, like it's fine. But in a studio environment, they usually don't like you constraining stuff to the rig. Or at least at the studios that I've worked at. So, but yeah, so let's get this locator to be a child of that. So if you're actually moving it in the hierarchy to another one, display. If you're actually moving one of these in the hierarchy, remember it's always child, and then shift select the parent, then press P. For sure, Joseph, sounds good. And then I like to zero out this rotation and stuff. And let's see. Let's see if this works. So now, so yeah, this can be animated, right? Yeah, that's very cool. And then let's make this locator the one that is controlling that animation constrained parent. Boom. Okay. Let's see. So it's predicting a little bit unexpectedly. This is why they don't usually suggest you animating that like that. Is this fixed now? Let's see. Does this look normal? This bending?
No.
It was not bending like that before.
The way when it twisted like that, I kind of knew it probably shouldn't be twisting his wrist like that, but I wanted to. I figured it's just it's for an assignment. I want to make it look interesting. So
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Well, I'm seeing maybe there is like a way we can bend it. No, it doesn't look it. It's like one of these types of bends. Tragic. Yeah, essentially, I use a plugin for all this sort of stuff that like it does a lot of this kind of automation. Like the oh man, yeah, I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. Is it? Are you sure this is how it looked when we started?
How it's like it looks awkward twisted like that.
Yeah.
I did play with the stretch function, but I don't think it really did much. It used to be at 1, but it didn't really affect it didn't affect or fix the wrist when I was twisting it. The normal pose for that hand was more just facing downward.
Yeah, for sure.
So I guess I'm really not supposed to twist it upwards like that.
I mean, normally you can. Normally these rigs are pretty good about that. And I'm kind of surprised that this one's not doing it. Let me twist the other arm, see if it, because like honestly, if you do constrain stuff like that, like sometimes it can break the rig, So like I'm just trying to make sure that we're not breaking it. Okay, so it looks like this one's like the same thing. So okay, so we're not breaking it when we're doing it. Well, I was just making sure. So let's see. So that's all set up. Let's try that constraint again. So that is now constrained.
Ooh.
So that's kind of doing it right there.
Yeah.
It's like not accurate though. You see that?
So if I was to play blast this and he'd be like moving it around, his arm would be like really jittery.
I think it might. Which is a little bit concerning. Because the alternative, and this is why I don't like animating stuff with 2 handholds on something, is that you just animate every frame essentially.
Oh.
It's a lame solution. I could show you a plugin that you could use to do this, or you could just choose a different acting choice, for this. Either one is cool with me. Just let me know which one you want to do.
I do have another walk cycle in mind.
Yeah.
I could probably try that attempt.
Okay, sounds good. Nice.
What's the plugin do though?
Essentially, let me open up another copy of Maya. Forbidden Arts. Opening 2 Mayas. It's not allowed.
Rendering 2 things at the same time?
That would be hell. That would be absolute hell. And let me start sharing again. Oops. Here we go. So what the plugin does is, let's delete this. If we have like a sword here. Boom. And then this is a hand. Let's say I like that pose right there. And then say this sword is animating, right? So let's do that, and then let's have it go back into the same position. Oops, sure. So say it's doing that. just swaying back and forth, what the plugin does, and let's turn it on. Let's see, where is it? Red 9 animation toolkit. There we go. You select like one object and then you just shift select another, and then you shift left click drag over a portion of the timeline, and then you do track or stabilize, and then then do process forward. Boom. And see that?
Oh,
See how it just bakes all of that, every single frame of animation onto that cube to make it follow it 100%. That's how I do contacts. That's how I do that sort of cleaning of that sort of stuff, But yeah. So does that make sense? And does that also make sense why like it's kind of hard to mess with,
could I just like bake the animation for like an object like like the locator of the cube, then apply that to the hand?
Yeah, you can do let's see, where is it? Animation. I think it's key and then bake animation. So it'll bake that, it can bake that constraint onto keys. But I just seeing that weird offset, that makes me think that there's some sort of circular constraint happening in the hierarchy. So that makes me a little bit worried about it. But you could definitely do that and then polish whatever fixing up you need to do, That would definitely be a valid approach.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, Joseph, what's up?
Yeah, I was trying to apply the infinity, the post infinity, but every time I do so, it like kind of breaks my animation.
Is it kind of okay, yeah. Could you actually show me?
Yeah, of course.
Let me stop my share.
Mine right here. Cool. So let me move this out the way. So this is applying it, right? And where I see it happen is mostly in this shoulder movement. So if I select, let me start from different frame. So it would be select these correct and where is it? Curves, post, and does it matter if it's between cycle or I tried both, but is there one I should try if I'm just doing like this walk cycle?
Yeah,
this run cycle.
If you're animating it in place, then I would just do cycle.
Okay.
Cycle with offset is gonna like take into account the world space position of those controls.
Now his arm does like a wiggle.
See, it's kind of hard to see with the frame rate, but I think I see it though. Oh, nice. This is helping. Okay. It's
maybe
okay. So the arm's doing a wiggle, right? I see it too now.
Yeah. They don't match. The last frame doesn't match anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Do you see, because it's not actually the arm is not causing this problem. Do you see which control it is?
Is it this one right here? I would assume it's this one actually.
I think it is. Whichever one's controlling the rotation of that upper chest. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
See that? So that last key has to line up on that frame 28. Like you got to have that same value that's on frame 1 on frame 28. So you can
oh, sorry, I was just hitting undo a lot.
oh, okay. I was like, oh, is he already doing it? But yeah, so go to that frame. There we go. And then get oh yeah, that should
I think that I'm starting to assume that for everything else I had a frame on frame 28. But for this arm one I didn't, so I just added a frame
exactly there.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect stuff.
And make sure again, I have a frame on 28. And let me try that one more time. Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Actually looks a lot more correct.
Very
Okay,
nice.
cool.
Heck yeah.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, I'm just gonna be hanging out for a little bit longer, and then I'll let you guys go on your way. So hit me up with any questions. And remember, I just want to see like what I kind of showed you today. Definitely get that acting into it though. Getting that cool posing that communicates what the character's feeling is like the best, you know. And yeah, and then I'll show you guys how to make a little video of that. And yeah, so bring your like rough animation to class next week, and then we'll be kind of going over it in class. It'll be cool. It will be very cool. Will this animation be due next week? No. No, it's you guys have 3 weeks to work on this, and like that's what I mean when I'm saying I want like polished animation, you know, because I'm giving you guys a good amount of time. We don't render it right. Yeah, no, not for this. It's basically just like like I said, I'll show you guys in class next week, but you basically just make a really low quality video, and it's essentially what we use in animation to kind of preview the animation and share at like dailies and stuff. 3 weeks? I'm going to give you the best one I can do. Yeah. Now, if you took my computer animation 1 class, then you're probably used to a tighter schedule on things, but I want to go for like more quality this time, you know. That's what computer animation 2 is all about for me, you know, personally. Yeah, no problem. I mean, better make some cool stuff, dude. I want to see some quality. Computer animation 1 is just learning like the basic stuff, and then computer animation 2 is learning the quality, y'all.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, what's up?
One of the biggest tips that or pieces of advice that's given by most of the professors here is that we should specialize.
Oh, cool.
So
very cool. I agree.
How true is that? Like, say we're an animation major, but we want to, here in this class, we want to actually model something. Should we just, is it better for us to just go ahead and just focus on animation, or can we just follow our gut and model something?
Well, it depends on like I at this point when I was taking this class, I knew that I wanted to be an animator. So I was like, oh, animation, you know, I'll just animate all day. If I wanted to be a modeler, then like, yeah, modeling, you know, it's like what you want to do, you know, like now you might not know what you want to do still, you know, like, so there is that is like your own personal journey, but like yeah, specialization is definitely true though. Like it's the best way to get a job somewhere. Like think about it, like if you're getting hired at like a big studio, you're not going to be doing yeah, Joseph is he's preaching to the choir. Yeah. Yeah, specialization is king, because like if you're going to get hired at a place, you're not going to be doing, like if you're getting hired at a big studio, which is where like a lot of the high paying jobs are, like you're not going to be doing a bunch of different smaller tasks. You're going to be focused on one thing, and you're going to be a badass at it. Like that's what they're looking for, you know. So specialization, I can't help but preach for. But there is something to be said, like if you don't know exactly what you want to specialize in yet, then you know, I'd say start experimenting with other stuff. But if you know you want to go into modeling, then I'd say yeah, use the back 3/4 of this class to model.
Well, see, okay, I'm more geared towards animation. My portfolio is like an animation reel of like 3D stuff and, you know, hand-drawn things.
Yeah.
So the smart choice for me in this class would be to do the animation course you have planned. But
yeah, that'd be smart. Yeah.
my gut wants to do the modeling, so it's like, which one? It's like,
Well, what's like telling you to do the modeling? Like, what's the reasoning behind that gut instinct? Because there's probably something there, you know.
kind of like the want to be a jack of all trades, but that's not the smart thing from what I'm hearing from everybody else.
Yeah, I would say if your goal is to be well-rounded, then I would say, yeah, explore modeling more. If your goal is to get a job as an animator, then animate. You gotta animate then, you know. So it just depends on your goals, you know. Like my goal was to become like an employed animator, and I kind of ended up becoming a jack of all trades because of that, you know. But yeah, I'd say, well, wait, how many semesters do you have left?
This is my last semester, so it's much smarter for me to just start specializing, since a lot of I'm already kind of set in what I want, I know what my best traits are.
Yeah.
So it's animation. It would be smart for me to just specialize in animation, but my gut wants me to do some modeling in this class. So that's the dilemma here.
See, yeah. Oh, that is rough. Yeah. I'm not going to tell you what to do, you know. You can decide for yourself, but
ideally I would do animation in this class, but then like in my own time, just, you know, pursue modeling at that point.
yeah, but then like you also have like the resource of like me teaching modeling at when we get to like the ZBrush area, or like where like the paths diverge area, you know. So, and as far as I know, you didn't get any experience in ZBrush yet, I don't think, right?
The most I've got, like the most that I can remember, is Dynameshing, but I'm not really that great at modeling stuff in ZBrush.
Okay, yeah.
All my modeling experiences in Maya and 3ds.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I mean, it sounds like you're kind of industrious, so I don't have any doubts that you wouldn't be able to teach yourself like those, like the modeling skills, you know. But yeah, I would say a smart move is to definitely specialize in animation. But I don't know, you might actually have wanted to be a modeler, you know, and just not known it. Like I did. If I could do it all over again, I probably would have become like an environment artist, because environment art is like so much fun to me. But yeah, I was kind of just better at animation, so that's like why I chose animation. And that's why I chose to specialize in it. But yeah.
All right. Well, we'll both, like, being in this class will still give me access to both sets of videos, right? Like both
Yeah.
the ZBrush videos and the, okay.
Yeah. I just leave those up, and if I record any lectures or anything, you'll still have like the links to them and stuff. So, but yeah,
Thanks, Mike.
yeah, no problem.
I have a bit of the opposite question, actually.
What
so-
to do to get fired?
well, what I mean is like, so say one is trying to go for modeling, right? Is like being okay. So here's my question: if one is a character modeler, does that position also entail retopology?
Yes, 1,000,000,000%. Yeah.
So
for environment and character, you need to know how to retop up.
okay, even if like your main thing is to sculpt, retopology is also part of that package.
Yeah, it's kind of rare that you'd have like a sculpting only position. The only places that I think have that are like if you're going for like look dev, like if like, because there's some 3D artists on like the look dev side of things that are like, oh, how's this gun gonna look? And then they kind of just like slap things together. Or like, how's this character gonna look? And they kind of, yeah, just do like some sketchy sculpts of the character.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there are some positions like that, but the vast majority of them are gonna have you need to know how to retop them.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Nice.
I've been reading that nowadays junior positions require, as a 3D artist, require you to almost know everything now.
Dude,
From-
yeah,
it's-
it's kind of insane.
It's like, don't worry, you just need to know Maya, ZBrush, Substance Painter, integration, and Unreal, Unity, and just like, wait,
It's like,
this is
dude,
junior
that's
position.
right. Like that's so much. That's why I preach for internships, and I'm glad that you got one, dude. Like that's super sick.
Yeah.
Did you already do that, by the way?
Yeah, I did it, and I got another one.
Oh, dude.
Same spot.
At the same place?
Yeah,
Dude, badass.
it's all modeling. All the modeling is just practicing on my own time. Honestly, that's why I was trying to like preach to what you're saying.
Yeah.
They only look for like specific. I mean, at least as a junior, they're only looking for like specific specialization. Not really some. I mean, what helped in well-roundedness, quote unquote, was only like integration and engine. But other than that, it was just like you had to know how to do everything of like characters, or everything of for me, like a weapon artist, or everything of an environment artist. Like you have to specialize, or else someone with that higher skill set will just take that
We'll get the
specific
position.
job anyways. Yeah.
Because you're essentially leaping into a competitive field, and you just have to be you have to be better at it than
Yeah.
everyone else. So it's like, man, it's rough, but that's why I preach, like, study your reference closely and try to get as close to that as possible. Because like if you can imitate real life and stuff and integrate that into your work, you'll be pretty well off. And but yeah, no, it's a competitive one. Yeah, the knowing more disciplines definitely helps if you're like talking to other departments, and because there's sometimes where like someone will just put like a boulder inside of your animated scene, and you're like, could you move this fucking boulder please? And then they're like, it'll take me like 2 days to do that, and you're like, it'll take me like 2 weeks to animate around that. So like it does help, like kind of talking to other departments.
Yeah.
About that. But
I found it helped me because in my background as in coding, because my major, I found that helped me work with at least some of the VFX artists, or like doing like VFX for weapons, because that involves at least in Unreal Engine with doing shaders.
you're doing some
And
shader stuff, dude.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And at least for my task, they were able to just give it to me without having to guide me, or they didn't have to spend time on me, because
Yeah.
it's just like
Like,
I was a little well-rounded, but like that well-roundedness still went towards my specification of weapon artist.
yeah, no, that's
cool.
super sick. That's super sick. Well, did you actually like code the shaders, or did you use the node editor in Unreal?
Oh no, they use the node editors.
Oh, cool. Very
Yeah, to go down to basic, because a lot of their shaders actually, their engineers actually like restructured it a bit so that it only worked or like at least for Valorant, they restructured it so it didn't have as much compile that it had to do, like because a lot of like Unreal's default has a lot of backend stuff that they didn't need to like a lot of backend stuff to look cool that they didn't need, so they
Yeah.
like stripped all that.
Stripped it out
So we're just able to
performance.
use it as artists, and they just check for like the runtime in nanoseconds and such.
That's cool,
Pretty
dude.
sick.
They sorry to like keep putting the spotlight on you or anything, but like did they, like, what kind of assignments did they give you? Did you,
Oh
like,
yeah, no, it was cool. I like talking about my experience. I even have a doc that I share with friends, because I think a lot of us, especially in CSULB, we don't really know about a lot of us. I feel like a lot of people want to get into game dev, but we don't have programs. So I
Yeah.
like sharing that information.
Well, wait, is it like something that you've actually like assembled?
What do you mean?
Like, do you, like, you said you had a doc, like, is it like a,
Oh yeah, I just have a doc of my experience during the internship. Like I
Okay.
just wrote down like how I felt, or like stuff like I was stuff I learned, and like stuff how I learned about what they do and how they do things, and
Yeah.
like how I felt like, oh, because like in the first week they're really, because at least in premium content for Valorant, they're all seniors, So when us juniors came, they're just like, oh, we jumped on like a moving train. They're all busy, so they just kind of gave us our task and then left us. You
Oh,
know,
wow.
yeah. So we were given a lot of responsibility, and they kind of at least Valorant, which is surprising. Riot gave interns a lot of freedom, artistic and artistic and regular just freedom as working. You know, we only met
Huh.
during meetings or if we wanted to schedule a meeting.
Oh,
That's the only
wow.
time we talked. I mean, I schedule a meeting with my mentor like 2 times a day.
Right,
but
dude? Like, might as
yeah,
well.
it was really cool. They were really insightful. It's just other than that, they're just like, we want you to explore. And I was just like, oh, I'm exploring while making products, you know.
Yeah.
First thing I made was just obviously the stuff that came out that's not NDA anymore. First thing I made was the a butterfly comb for one of the knives.
Oh, yeah.
For it's your butterfly comb, which was really interesting because
Oh, you made, dude, that's so sick.
yeah. It was really interesting because the way they did it was some studios work where you make it directly off the concept and no changes. I did that my first assignment, and they're all like, it looks good, but like in first person they could look better. So I had to make changes to the concept as a 3D artist. So it was better that I understood. I mean, I already watched tutorials, but knowing about like design and all this other stuff that art teaches you in this school, that applied to just being a 3D artist. You know, I had to look at it in first person and be like, okay, I know these design elements and I can make the changes in 3D, even though the 2D doesn't look exactly like it. And
Right.
it was really that was the most challenging part because I feel like I had technical skills, but the design was woo.
interpreting and like making up stuff in like from the reference is just like it's so annoying. Even like working from like photographic reference too, like if it's shot with like a different like focal length, like you're just like, why is this not
it
match
doesn't
up?
match. Yeah.
It's so annoying, but dude,
And
that's awesome.
yeah, a lot of time the concept obviously doesn't translate in 3D or
Mhm.
something like that. So it's just like as an intern, I had to like they're teaching me how to like make changes for the game or like for the first person model and stuff like that. So it was a lot of my technical skill was there. It's just out of try to flex my design skills and creative skills, which was something I wasn't expecting. I kind of practiced to see 2D concept, 3D, move on, rather than them saying, all right, this is just one iteration. We're going to keep doing iterations and whatnot. So I made that. I made a gun buddy for the Z skin line, this Z Spectrum skin line. And I made the Day of the Dead little knife as well. That switches that's when I had to do shader work as well, because it switches color between when you're in the shade and when you're in the sun. And that's they had some type of pre-existing, and I got to edit that and just make it work.
I was gonna say, because I don't know if that node of like what is it? Like the ambient light that it's like receiving, you know, like at least in Unity, because I only use like Unity, but like in Unity, that's not like a node that you can just access, you know. So that's
yeah, because apparently Unreal has this like it because you can set up like I think in Unity like reflection probes and stuff like that. You can set up some type of like light probe that receives light information in the area, so it can it sets up like dots. You can set up how many dots for how much calculations, but you can access those dots, and those dots can say how much shade there is, and using that you can use that as like a 0 to 1 lerp to lerp between, you know, anything from 0 being shadow and 1 being light. And that would lerp between the two materials basically. Yeah.
No, you definitely can do that. But like, I just wish that there was like, because I never trust my own code, because like I started as a creator, right? So then like, I never trust that I'm doing things efficiently. So I just wish there was a node that I could just like feed it in there rather than like setting the float on like the update like every single
setting it on tick or something.
Yeah, right. I'm just sorry. I didn't want to detract from the class. I'll nerd out with you more in the future. But yeah, is anyone running into any problems with their scene? Any issues?
I have an issue. I put it on the Discord chat.
Oh, awesome. Also, yeah, thanks for sharing your experience, Joseph.
No worries. I'm always willing to help anyone in terms of props and stuff, or share my experience to help with that as well.
Yeah, Joseph's a modeling lord already. So
Thank you. Thank
let's see. I can't say my file since there's missing nodes. Oh, Annie, you're trying to probably save as .mb. So try to do save scene as and do .ma instead. Because it's just that the ways that the files are written, like this one's using like letters, it's hard to convert back and forth between those, you know. So so just keep it in the same file type that it started in. And then for Diana's every time control, it doesn't show the ready key on time, but it's still saved. How did it show up again? Oh, wait, weird. Control shape. I think you didn't just file type. Yeah. That should solve it. That's weird. Diane, so I'm noticing that. Oh, sorry, which tab? There we go. That when you're what you have selected right there, it might not be the actual. No, that is a NURB curve. It should be. It should have keys attached to it.
Yeah, it's for like neither of like because I have like the hips moving or like the arms and none of them are showing up. And I don't know if like, I turned something off or.
Would you mind sharing your screen for me?
I'm using my desktop. I don't know if I can like. It's because I'm using two different computers.
Oh shoot. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. It's gonna be. Oh no.
We have like it's a nice illustration.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, very dope. Very dope.
And then, like, if I click on any of these like controls, like it doesn't show on any of like the timelines, but my movement's still there.
The movement's still there. Could you like? Could you bring it to like super close to that outliner? Also, mouse over than the outliner and like click the top of the outliner. So like the outliner is selected. And then press F to focus on like what you have selected. I want to make sure that you're clicking because I suspect that you might be accidentally clicking a different node in the hierarchy that doesn't have keys on it.
Well, this one's the foot or like the left foot, and then
Can I like full screen this somehow? Oh man, I don't think I can. Shoot. Okay. 1 second. I have an inkling of what's going on. Let me Google some stuff real quick.
okay.
Ooh, this might be it. Okay. Wait. Is this it? Okay, do you have any display layers in your scene?
Like that one?
No. Let me show you on my side. You don't need to hold up your laptop anymore. I'm sure your like arms are like dying.
A bit.
Let me share my screen. Like over here on this right hand side, you see where it says display.
Oh, no.
You don't?
Or I do have it. I do have it. I can see it. I can see it.
Like, are there any like layers in here though?
Like the ones like I made, or like the ones that.
Either or, because some of them, if you're like, try making, like, you see how there's like the R that's making it reference.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got it. Yeah.
Did it work?
Yeah, it did work. I had made a layer for the floor, and I guess I accidentally added all the controls into that layer, and I made it a reference.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. All right. Any other questions? Any problems y'all are having?
I have 2 new ones.
Heck yeah, let's hear
I
them.
bring you 2. So I just realized after like bringing, because I've been trying to get like a good pose first. I just realized that either my model is really, really big, or like when you put like a poly square or like a poly object in, it's really, really small.
Okay,
Is that
well,
okay?
that's just scene scale. It doesn't mean much for us. Essentially what that's going to mean for you though is that like you're gonna have to scale things up to match the size of your character. Like, watch what happens when I create a sphere, right? So if I make a sphere, boom, look at that. It's super tiny, right?
Right.
But
Yeah, that's fine.
that doesn't matter very much, you know, because like, as like if I needed this to be the size of his head, I could just scale it up. Like if I needed this geometry here, you know.
I was just worried that like if it was too big and I had to scale everything up, that it would like slow down the process of things.
Mine doesn't give a shit about the size of things. Like if you think about it, it just only gives a shit about the density, right? So if you have like these pillars are very low poly, you know, but if they were multi-millions of polys, then Maya would care. But like,
yeah, that makes sense now. Yeah.
It's just doing the math of like, oh, where does vertex exist, you know? So it doesn't doesn't really care much about that.
Cool. Question number 2. So earlier you discussed being able to, or the importance of tweaking like the shoulder movement for the character, or a certain part of the shoulder.
Yeah, the clavicle.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go, the clavicle. How do we activate that?
So the clavicle is usually a control. It'll probably be like I can't really say what shape it's going to be because it's different on like every rig.
Right.
But like it's going to be either in the front or like on top of this little band right here. I could help you find on your character if you want.
That would be great.
Could you share your screen?
Sure. I just need to I want to make sure that the oh my god, yeah, that is weird. That shouldn't be a problem. Okay, yeah, let me share my screen. And there we go. Yeah, so this is what I'm working with here.
Okay. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm rotate the camera to the other side. I think it is being covered by the hands right now. Let's see. Press 4 for me. Yeah, it's definitely in there somewhere. Try clicking to the right a little bit. It'll.
I'm just gonna move the arm out of the way. Just
do you see that blue and red that's like on her chest right now?
Yes.
I think those. Yeah, there you go. That's the clavicle.
Ah, there they are.
Yeah. So that's how you get a lot of shrugging motion. That's how you get a lot of reaching. It's in every single pose, essentially. So don't sleep on the control. Also, this is a pose that should definitely be animated in IK. Because you have not one, but 2 contacts on the hands there. You see that? So you have one on the elbow of one of those, and then one on the chin. So
Yeah, that would definitely be IK.
yeah, that'll be IK. You can swap that over in the future. But
I
yeah.
just wanted to do posing first because
Oh, yeah.
when I was trying to do IK and trying to get the hands into position, they wouldn't really play nice. So I
Mhm,
wanted to see
mhm.
the logistics of it first.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes sense. Like that it's easier to pose some things in one or the other than, but yeah, awesome
Okay.
stuff. Yeah, no problem. Any other questions, y'all? All right, y'all. Well, if there's no other questions, then you guys are free to go. And I will upload this video to YouTube tomorrow. Again, if I forget or something, then just remind me and I'll upload it. More than happy to. But yeah, awesome stuff. I'm excited to see your the rough animation of the walk cycles next week on campus, including as well. Remember, copy that entire project folder and bring that to campus. Bring the whole shebang. All right. So yeah, see y'all next week.
Wait.
Thank
I ran
you.
into one last problem. Anyone can go. It's just like a specific to my rig thing.
Yeah.
I was coming with less problems. Yeah, hold on. This literally just happened because I pressed 4 and then pressed I think 6 again.
Mhm.
And then okay, so for some reason, like it looks slightly different than it did when I started it. Like, let me hold on. Like unseen. Right. So like, see how it, like the face kind of looks like there,
Mhm.
and then when you change it over to the other one, it's like a bit smoother on the shading. I don't know where that went.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, it was just like this before too. So I don't know why the change happened.
Press 4 and then 6 again on this one.
Oh, it just happened again.
Yeah, that's press 5. Press 6. Press 7. Press 8. Weird. Okay, so essentially what's happening is that you're in an unlit mode.
Okay.
Right there, you see that? And then if you open up the file again. And then go to the shading view. Like wait, no, go up to the top. You see where it says view shading. Like yeah, open up shading. Interesting. Go to wireframe.
Wireframe.
And then go back to shading. Smooth shade all. So that's wrong, right?
Right.
And then go back to that menu. Do flat shade all.
Nope.
Do interesting.
Very interesting indeed.
Because they're essentially displaying without any. I'm just gonna Google this because I've never had to view an object without any shading. My no shading report.
Oh, I got it.
Where was it?
It was lighting. Use flat lighting.
Use flat lighting. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, cool.
I thought it was
I got
flat
it.
shading. No, it was flat lighting. No. Yeah. Awesome. Good
Alright,
stuff,
cool.
my dude.
That's all I needed then. Have a good day, Mike. See you next week. Oh my
Yeah,
god, I'm gonna
bro.
see you in person for the first
Oh,
time.
dude. I'll know what you look like. That's
What, you don't know
insane.
what I look like?
No, this
Oh my
entire
God.
time.
What? Oh, you know what? Oh, I guess I forgot to turn. I don't have a camera. I've never had a camera this whole time. I've had to like. The reason I'm called Diego Puma 2 is because Diego Puma 1 is my iPad that has a camera. So in order to have a camera, I need like this and then my iPad. So they're like different things. Oh my god, that must be really weird.
No, dude, I don't know what any of my students from like the last year and a half look like. It's
Oh,
insane.
that's so cool.
Weird. It's very strange. So like you'll have to introduce yourself to me.
Yeah, that's gonna be really funny. Okay,
But yeah.
cool.
Awesome. All right. See you next week, my dude.
All right, bye guys.
Sydney, did you need help?
No, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can
Can
hear
you
you.
hear me? Okay. It wasn't like lighting up for me, so I wasn't sure if it wasn't like okay.
Yeah, it's not doing
quick
that for me either.
Yeah. It was I should have asked this way earlier, but I was thinking about it is like if I wanted to do like weapon inspect animations and like stuff like that, is that just animation or do I need to know how to model the weapons as well? Like if
No,
I want to do that as a job.
If you want to do weapon inspect animations, then that'd be 100% animation.
Just animation. Okay. Cause I was like getting stressed like earlier when I was thinking about it. I was like, do I need to know how to because I'm really bad at modeling and I've been trying to get better, but it like I just ZBrush like kind of enrages me sometimes. It's like when you like die in Minecraft and you like rage quit. Like it's the same thing with ZBrush for me sometimes. So like I wasn't sure if I was gonna have to like battle that beast. But
No, yeah, no, you don't
Okay.
have to worry about it. Yeah,
Okay.
it's just pure animation.
okay.
I don't have an assignment for that, but we can definitely have an assignment where you do weapon inspect animations or like reload animations as well. Like it's huge for that stuff.
Yeah. Because I find that stuff cool and I'd really like to know how to do that.
Yeah, to be honest, I've never done it before. I've
Oh,
never done
okay.
it. Yeah, I do know some like basic things, but like yeah, that'd be cool.
All right. Thank you. Have
Yeah,
a good
no problem.
night.
You too. Have a good one. See you next week.